I think that's a little better. There we go. Okay, tiny bit better. I was getting the glare problem with the light and everything like that. It's much sunnier than it is yesterday because yesterday was kind of, well, I don't know. But I hope everybody is safe and sound as to what's been going on with the storm. Um, it's still out there. It's snow. I'm not going anywhere. I think I'll be trapped in for at least a couple of days. I'm hoping everybody has been staying safe. The share said live ended, and I was, oh, did it end? Oh no, it didn't end. I'm here. At least I hope I'm here. I'm live. I'm live and I'm ready to go. So welcome everybody. I I don't even know. Well, first off, I will say this. I have been up since about 2 o'clock this morning, and why I woke up was because I need to get out of those. The influencer ring lights. You know what ends up happening with the influencer ring lights is it magnifies your eyes, so your eyes will show the ring, and that freaks me out for some reason. So when I watch somebody and they have that ring glow around their eyes because of the reflection, but then again, I also have like a bluish tint to my eyes, so it might not reflect too well to begin with. But possibly I might need one of those ring lights or something like that. I'm streaming both on the YouTube side and I'm streaming on the TikTok side. And I'll be honest, the YouTube side looks like garbage. But you know something? I'm sorry, YouTube. It's gonna look like garbage. I'm focusing on TikTok. So if anybody does send anything, hi to YouTube. Oh, thank you so much for the hearts and everything. I appreciate that. All right, so I have been up since about 2 a.m. this morning. Um, and my mind could not quiet down. No matter how I made it quiet down, try to make it focus, I was just all over the place. Now, I was talking about discernment because people have been saying that to me, and we spoke about it a couple of weeks ago because I remember it was actually I believe wisdom, and I believe it was either Kaz or Sarah that may have mentioned it, but we talked about it multiple times in the chat. And I never really understood it, but now I do understand it. And it's distinguishing whether what is being said is the word of God. Is it from God, or is it from a message from an outside, possibly evil or nefarious or different source? And it brings a sense of doubt and confusion. Um, what I'm feeling now, I'm not confused about what I want to talk about. I'm more confused by the fact that how my thinking was. And as crazy as people think, hold on one second. Um, where did my picture go? I got the one picture. I need the other picture. Okay, my picture went some. Okay, so remember, I got to find the other one. But remember when we talked about these three different scenarios? Oh, here it is. This is what I want. This whole thing. Okay. If you are scientifically minded, then you will always, believe it or not, be in this situation. Because if you really think about science, you cannot possibly mix it with the Bible. Now, for the sake of this show, I'm going, you disagree. Well, actually, I know you're going to disagree with this, Kaz, but I'm going to explain. The Bible has specific scientific things that they talk about. But for much of the time, a lot of science nowadays very much disproves what the Bible tries to say. So it's you could very much disagree, but what I mean is if I were to say, and I'm even going to say it on this way because I've got three modes, and one mode we're going to completely ignore today, which you might be proud of me, but we're going to ignore. So the three topics I want to talk about is science, Bible, and conspiracy theories, which we're going to take the conspiracies and pretend there's no such thing as conspiracy theories. So you guys might be proud of me. Not anything to do with conspiracy, but like, okay, all right. That's why I knew you were going to disagree. And even before you said that, I was going to say there's 3 points of view. So the 3 points of view is science, Bible, and conspiracy theory. And for today, I'm not even going to mention this, although at one point it might reference this, but I'm going to stop it and be like, no, get that out of mind. We're only talking about science and religion. Now, from a religious standpoint, a lot of times it's this, and I'm not saying one's better than another, but a lot of times it's this, because from a religious standpoint, you'll be like, you know something? Sometimes the Bible is right, sometimes science is right, and it's a mixture of the three. It really is. Like sometimes there are things the Bible says, and sometimes it doesn't say that. I can take so many conspiracy theories back to the. Okay, Sarah, I know you can, but for the sake of today's show, we're going to pretend, because I was going to say this is the third option, which that's what you're talking about, and we're not even going to acknowledge this today. We're really not. So I'm going to take it that there is science, there's the Bible, and there's a conspiracy theory. And just for today, we're going to do that. If after today you decide to go into another one of these categories, that is fine. But for the purpose of this, we're going to pretend that it is. And it's fine. You don't have to think it's one or the other. I don't mean this. I just mean that the Bible can explain. And I'm agreeing with you, Kaz. It can. And that's why after today, you're going to be like, once again, this is going to come into play. It really is. So I don't even know where to begin. I'm excited. I am excited. You know something? I want to start off with a prayer, but the irony is the thing that I want to start with is actually a prayer in itself. So you know something? I'm going to start off with a regular prayer. Then I'm going to give you guys another prayer. And then I'm going to go into my tangent. Okay? Let's do that. Let's do that. So let's pray. I really do want to pray. So we so need to pray for this. We really need to pray. So dear God, please, and I'm going to say this in the name of Jesus as well. So please, for today, allow this to be a understanding, warm, loving, caring, and seriously, please allow the words to come into this conversation. Allow the message that is supposed to be given to be given. Allow everybody to make their own individual discernment as to what they truly believe, what your intentions, what your word, and what your message really is. I pray that we have a positive, uplifting conversation, that we are not bombarded by evil, by trolls, by anybody who wants to disrupt this conversation. And I pray that everybody in the storm stays safe, healthy, warm, with electricity, and that they're able to live their life. And if there's anybody who does need an answer to prayers, help, and guidance, I hope that you extend yours, and please help them. Amen. I think that's very important, guys. I had to say that. So I got that out of the way. Now, I want to have a science and history lesson for a moment. And under the rules of today, oh, amen, thank you. Under the rules for today is, like I said, just for today, I am going to try to specifically not talk about conspiracy theories. And that's going to be hard for me. I really know that's going to be hard for me. But if you actually hear the message of the science point of view and the biblical point of view, maybe something may click. But the first thing I want to start off with, and you guys are going to be like, where is this coming from? There's a reason, because it's going to tie into it. So I want to go back in history to what is known as the Council of Nicaea. Now, many times, agnostics, Gnostics, atheists have come into this chat and spoke about the Council of Nicaea. And we pretty much said, yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is. And I've mentioned it a couple of times. But a lot of people really don't know what it means, why it's there, and what it did. Okay? So I'm going to give you the final stamp of what the Council of Nicaea did, their creed, which sometimes is taken as a prayer. Now, in some cases, people could automatically dismiss it and say, well, wait a minute, that's Catholicism. I'm not Catholic. I don't even want to know about the Council of Nicaea, because Catholicism, as of today, follows it to the letter. However, that wasn't the intention of the Council of Nicaea. This was back in 325 AD. So the Council of Nicaea, the intention is like, okay, look, as a society, we have a slight problem. Here's where the problem is. It might be called the Apostles' Creed. I only know it as the Nicene Creed. So I'm not too sure if that's the same thing. I'll read it if you want me to read it. If it is the Apostle Creed, then it's the same thing. So I'm going to read what the creed is. And then, like I said, if it is that, I'm not too sure. But here's what the creed is. Now, the original creed was done in the we form. So it would say, we this, we that. However, if you type it up, you will also see it in I form. And whether you put it in the terms of we as a group or I as a believer, it's two different things. I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven. Okay, yes, that's the Nicene prayer. So notice in that version, it's I. So that might be what the apostles took. Because remember, this was 325 AD. And the whole purpose is like, look, we have a problem in our society. The problem in society is you have all these different, quote, Christian religions. And all these Christian religions cannot come to a unified answer in regards to what Christ is. And Sarah, I'm going to say what she's talking about, Kaz. Yes, apparently it's the same thing, but I think that's where it's the I versus the we portion. So I'm going to read it. And like I said, it is up to you guys to discern whether this is faith that you have, but this is the basis of unifying Christianity. Okay, so this is the basis of unifying Christianity. I'm going to read it to you. So the original creed is we, and I believe the Apostle Creed that she's talking about, they changed it to I, where you believe it as an individual. So, original creed. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, the maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible. And in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father before all ages. Light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not made, of one essence with the Father, whom all things were made, who for us men, our salvation, shall come down from heaven, and was incarnate in the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin Mary, and became man. He was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate, and suffered and was buried. And on the third day he rose again, according to the scriptures, ascended into heaven, and sits at the right hand of the Father. He shall come again with all the glory to judge the living and dead, whose kingdom shall have no end, and in the Holy Spirit. Now, that was the original creed. That was the answer of. Okay, yes, I'm getting to that. You're jumping ahead. It was uh it's in response. So yes, you're absolutely okay. So the Apostle Creed's condensed it. Okay, so what I just read was the first council of Nicaea. Now they had multiple councils. They had where this is where other aspects where the Catholicism comes out and other ones. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me go back for a minute because I just read exactly the original creed. Okay, so you said that there's a song to it. They defended the deity of Christ. Correct. What the whole purpose of the council was, which I know I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry, is there's too many religions that are sort of contradicting each other, but they're all falling under a Christian belief. So now, what I believe Angel was talking about was called Arianism. Now, Arianism was a belief that, yes, there is Jesus, he's the Son of God, but Jesus is not God. That's Arianism. Okay. They're specifically saying that Jesus is not God. So that's why the Council of Nicaea overrode that and declared Arianism heresy. That's against the church. No, Jesus and God are one and the same. Yes, it's the Son of God in the physical version of earth, but once he ascended, he is God. Okay, so that's the difference between Arianism and between what they established afterward. Now I have 17 messages. Let me go ahead and then I'll continue. Okay, so gotcha. Jesus Christ is only begotten Son, our Lord. Okay, it was a response to the Arian heresy, which is correct. Yes, that's crazy. I read a different creed this morning. That isn't the traditional Apostles' Creed. Okay, it's interesting that you're saying apostles because I didn't even know about the Apostles' Creed. I'm talking strictly the Nicene Creed, which the Nicene Creed is from 325 AD. If they changed it to the Apostles, it makes sense because there was more than one Nicene convention, and I could go on with what was said in the other conventions. So there is a possibility that whatever version of or dialect, what's the word? Whatever version of your Christian religion is, may have taken a different part of the creed and made it into their own. That's okay. So all of that, yes, all of the creed can be found in Scripture. Absolutely. Good morning, issues. Welcome. All right. So yes, that was 4th century. Okay. Wait. You're like, wait, what? You're right. Okay. I was about to say something. I'm still so. Hear me out, and I'm trying to continue. But yes, they believed there was heresy because it undermined salvation. Yes, the Arianisms believed that Jesus was nothing to do with God. Yes, he was the Son of God, but he was not God himself. Okay, so RG says true God from true. How many gods is that if it's true? Okay, yeah. Is it Arian a supremacist? Okay, you guys are spelling it wrong. Arianism is Arianism. Okay, the Aryan that you are talking to, which yes does have similarities, is talking about a race of white individuals, Aryans. And I got to be careful that I don't get. Okay, so just watch the spelling of it because that's going to be important. But yes, it's the same. It's the same root word of if you think about it. Okay, so the Apostles' Creed is separate from this one. It is the same. Okay, it might be separate, but it's probably coming from the same source. And what I read was the original source. Denomination. Thank you, Sarah. I couldn't think of that name. I couldn't think of that name. Like, yes, the different denominations. All I know is this song by Rich Mullins and hearing the Catholic versions are almost the same. And like I said, a lot of times one version will say we and the other version will switch it to an I point of view, which it's the same thing. It's just instead of a group, it's an individual saying it. So, all right. I don't know the proper name, but the Catholic one matches the song. I'm technically a Reformed Baptist. I know a little bit about this stuff. It actually ties into all because, like I said, while Catholicism takes this creed to heart, a lot of the Christian religions of today have the basis of this because that's exactly what the Council of Nicaea was trying to do. They were trying to bring together all the, and I'm not saying, but the confusion that there was so many different denominations that were all saying different things. It's like, okay, let's bring it together and unify it. Part of the unification would be, okay, how are we establishing holidays? That's why a lot of the holidays coincide with pagan holidays because one group was saying, okay, well, Jesus was born in December. Another one, well, Jesus was born in spring. One group. So, in order to unify the belief under Christ, they had to come up with some sort of compromise, and that's why a lot of the stuff with Nicaea compromised with pagan beliefs, and why you have a lot of overlap. And I'm not trying to be blasphemous or anything like that. But if you do the history of what each holiday in the Christian religion is, it does have pagan backgrounds. And that's the reason is because of this council in the whole unification of trying to get everybody on the same page. Let me keep going. There's 9 messages. Okay. So you were singing Rich Mullins. I've never heard of Rich Mullins. You know what? Let me write that down because I have to go listen to him. I listened to a group yesterday that I was just amazed with. The Noble, oh God, I forgot their names. The Noble, whatever there was. I shared a video of it. It was so powerful because I wasn't expecting that on a rock channel, and all of a sudden I'm hearing Christian rock. So I thought it was amazing. All right, so Rich Mullins, let me look him up. So he's a singer. All right. Anyway, isn't it the same as the Apostles' Creed? I'm going to say yes. Good morning, Nicole. Welcome. Okay, I didn't know anyone knew that song. You play Rich Mullins repeatedly. Okay, so I need to look up Rich Mullins. I'll definitely. Okay, so they focused on Jesus' divinity and Trinity. The Apostles' Creed focused on his humanity and core. Okay, so just for the sake, being that I really don't know the Apostles' Creed, I'm going to say for the time being, completely 2 different things. I am going to make the assumption, I don't have the fact, that the Apostle Creed came from the Creed from Nicaea. So in other words, because remember, there was more than one council, and I could actually go on because the council went on with Catholicism. So I'll read a little further, but the original creed stopped where I just stopped. Then it goes on to say, but as for those to say that he was not, and before being born he was not, and that he came into existence out of nothing, or who assert that the Son of God is a different hypothesis or substance is created, it is subject to alteration or change. These are the Catholic anathemas. I can't say that word. Anathemas. Now, the second council, which was Constantinople in 381. So the first one was 325. In 381, they said, and we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father, who with the Father and the Son together are worshiped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets in one holy Catholic and Episcopal Church. I acknowledge one baptism for the remissions of sins. I look for the resurrection of the dead, and I come to life of the world to come. Amen. So now that is the second Council of Nicaea. So it was a continuation where they expanded it in the Catholic realm. All right. So just to make, so I'm just focusing on the original council, and then as they did different councils, it solidified Catholicism. All right. So having said that, all right. So he was good. Noble Strain. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. That is I went to their YouTube page. Check out Noble Strain. Their music, I mean, if you like hard rock and not even, I wouldn't even say heavy metal, but definitely if you like a hard rock tone, definitely check out Noble Strain. Very good band. All right. I'm trying to say it's not the same as the Apostle. You were, oh, okay. I was seeing your comments wrong. I'm sorry, Angel, because yeah, I've never heard of the Apostles' Creed, so that's why for the time being I'm separating them. Okay, so look up the lyrics to Rich Collins Mean, or I'll put them in the chat. Okay, so probably the Rich Mullins Creed has something to do with possibly the Nicene Creed or the Apostles' Creed. That's going to be my guess. I'm not too sure. Okay, so for reference, yeah, not necessarily. I would be like more think of Soundgarden, Aerosmith, Shinedown, like that type of music, like that type of rock. Okay. Oh, so he just put the Creed to music. Got it. Okay. Oh, it's like Papa Roach. Not. Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry. Yeah, like a toned down grunge. Yeah, that's how I would look. Like I think they're really cool. Like just modern rock band. So check them out. Noble Strain, really good band. They are on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, it's an actual page and all their songs. And I think some of them are amazing. It's not good. Well, that's what I was trying to say. I thought you were saying, are they like Papa Roach or Iron Maiden? It would, okay, if you like Papa Roach, they would be more on the pop. It's not going to be that rah, rah, rah. It's actually going to be more rock that you can understand. Okay. So now, having said, where's my notes? I'm sorry. Okay. So having talking about that, now take that into consideration because, like I said, they wanted to unify the churches, unify society, come up with a unified realm of how do we look at Jesus Christ. And I think that's very important. And I almost want to say, from that perspective of the council, that is where we come with modern day Christianity. And I think it falls into the umbrella of whatever denomination, I couldn't get that word originally, whatever denomination you follow now. So whether you are like Baptist or Protestant, or if you're born again or something like that, there is that belief that, yes, Jesus is the Son of God, who is God. He rose from the dead. He was crucified for our sins. So I'm going to say everybody agrees with that, and we're all on the same page with that. I get yelled at by Papa Roach, Linkin Park. Okay, those are I love those bands. Like Linkin Park, Nickelback, yes, they're great. Okay, yes, but the importance of this was they wanted to connect all Christian faith, not other separate religions. Absolutely. It was about bringing it together. Now, the downfall of this, and I'm not going to go into it because we could have a whole religious thing, is with an ideology like this, also also was precursor to some of the zealots in religion. And that's why after all this, you start getting people spouting hatred, spouting religious persecution in the name of God. And for the sake of this conversation, I'm just going to say, just accept that, throw it out the window for now, because I don't even want to talk about crusades or anything like that. I wanted just to bring that as a focal point, and being that I brought up about that, that's going to be an interesting basis as to now I'm going to skip over to science. So I just have a question for everybody who's in the chat. Based on what I said, is there any information or anything that you guys want to talk about in regards to what I said about the Council of Nicaea or what it is? Because I just wanted to introduce that, being that that was the very thing that did actually establish that Jesus is God, is the Son of God. And in basically, without putting it in words, because they didn't say, basically it developed the Trinity. So in other words, the belief of the Trinity pretty much came from unifying everybody to say, come on, we need to come up with a unified translation of what is before us. Okay, so wait. Yes, this was important. They wanted, okay, Jesus being the Son of God, but also God is the center of our beliefs. Absolutely. But if I'm correct, in Christianity and as it views today, Jesus is God. Yes, he's the Son of God, and that's what brings the Father, Son, Holy Spirit together as one. Okay, what was he meaning by the Zealots? Not just them, but I'm talking about in general. I mean, Zealots, that's where you have the Crusades. That's where you have the Catholic Inquisitions. That's where you have the burning witch trials. It just went on and on and on. And it's not just Catholicism. It's other groups doing things in the name of some sort of religion. All right, Melanie, since the book of Deuteronomy. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Great job. I appreciate that. Okay, Jesus established that he was God. Okay, Sarah, yes. However, the only thing I'm going to pause right there, up until 325 AD, that's where the mass confusion was. Nobody actually established that Jesus was God because of the confusion that everybody had during that time. Because remember, we're thinking of things, we see the future looking at the past. But remember, if you are there, if you are, it's now 325 years after Christ has died for our sins. The problem is, as a society, most of society doesn't know who Jesus is, doesn't realize he died for our sins, doesn't have an understanding of any of this. They don't know. And this is interesting with what we were talking about yesterday is, okay, how can you condemn people if they have no knowledge of what's going on? And that's why this came into effect, is because people didn't know that, okay, Jesus is God. They didn't know that. Some of them believed it, but for example, in Arianism was a full religion that was spread about. Arianism was going on saying, okay, yeah, we acknowledge that there is Jesus. He is a real character. He is a person that was born, but Jesus has nothing to do with God. And I don't know why you guys are establishing that Jesus is God. That was the religion going on at that time. Now, one could say, well, wait a minute, they're going against God's word. They're not going against God's word, because at the time that was God's word. So that's the distinction I'm trying to make. So that's why this is a history lesson, but it's not trying to condemn religion. It's trying to say the purpose of this council was to get everybody on the same page so that they all had a unified belief as to what and who Jesus was. Okay, so if Jesus taught the Trinity, why was this scene needed 300? RG, I know where you're going at, but just follow my logic. I'm just going to say, I know where you're going. This is part of the dot, and we're going to not go through. We're going to try to, because right now I'm just going to talk history, and then I'm going to talk religion. And I know you're talking religion, and I know where you're going, but it's not, I'm trying to dismiss you. All I'm trying to say is, for the purpose of what I'm trying to, because I'm going to lead into something totally different, but for the purpose, I just need to skip that question for now. We may go back to it at another time, but for now, okay, so weren't Zealots upset with doing away with the Roman covenant? Yes, they were. And I was just making a broad statement. I wasn't necessarily talking about one form, because remember, there's so many different Zealots that follow different religions. So, okay. But Jesus did. He said plainly, I am the Father are one. He did say that, but people didn't believe it. That's the problem. And it wasn't until it was explained. Because, like I said, Arianism, they can easily explain that. Because I could easily, okay, I'm going to say this. Let's just say my name is Melanie Lightbeam. Okay. I and my father, who is also a light beam, I am one with my father. But here's the thing. Am I my father? No. I'm Melanie. My father was John. His name was John. So it's like, okay, so am I going to, I can easily say, yeah, I'm the byproduct of my father. I am his daughter. I am Melanie, but I have nothing to do with my father. So that is what the Arianism viewpoint is like, yeah, Jesus and God are two separate things. Yes, it's the Son and the Father, but they did not meld into one. Whereas the council says, okay, we're making this creed, this declaration, it's one and the same. It is the Holy Trinity. All right, so that's why I'm saying it's important why I brought this into play, because you have to realize back then what was the general public view of how they viewed Jesus. All right, let me keep going. Because and just to go on, he plainly said, I am the Father are one, can be misinterpreted, and it was. And it still can be misinterpreted. But I hope that makes sense. Okay, so I know we're not in Luke yet, but Luke is very powerful when Mary and Joseph came into the temple with baby Jesus, and nobody even recognized him except for one man. Jesus did teach that, but Satan used other religions to try to confuse and blind me. Absolutely. I agree. And I hope nobody's seeing this as blind and confusion. Basically, all I was trying to do was set the stage, because I'm going to go into something completely different. But I just wanted to talk about this so that you keep it in the back of your mind in regards to everything has a purpose based on time frames. Okay. So we're always looking at things from modern day perspective and saying, but the Bible says this, the Bible says, but you have to remember, at the time these people were around, their Bibles didn't necessarily explain it the way it's explained now. So for the Arianism people, their Bibles didn't explain that. They saw it distinctly as two different people. Okay, so even though Nicaea said, okay, these people are heretics, this is complete craziness, the fact is, even during that time, these were people who did agree that there was Jesus. Jesus was there. Jesus was a teacher. He was a prophet. But the problem is, he was not God. He just was the Son of God. All right, let me keep going. All right, the doctrine was settled, but not taught by Jesus. Okay, is that Simeon and Anna? I have no idea who that is. Have you ever read the Bible, dude? He spoke about that in the past. Yes, he did. Simeon is the one who recognized baby Jesus as Messiah. He had the Holy Spirit on him. Okay. For when John the Baptist leapt in the womb, okay. That moment touches me every time I read it. Okay. But there are more instances when he says the same thing. Whosoever has seen me has seen the Father. I am my father's daughter. I have his personality. I am his daddy's girl, but I wouldn't say we are one. Okay. So just by what you said, Sarah, and please forgive me, because remember, we are going back into the time frame of them, not the time frame of all this knowledge 2,000 years and all this combination of books and all this. Because remember, their Bibles are going to be different. Their Bibles are going to be different point of views. It's not going to be this fully, because remember, it's not until King James 1611. Okay, so now we're jumping from 325 AD, almost 1300 years. So 1300 years in the future, we now come to King James. And King James was the one who sat down and says, okay, guys, we have to sit down and have a council because we have a problem. We have these texts. They're written in Greek, they're written in Hebrew, they're written in Aramaic. What we need to do now is we need to take all these holy texts that people from this point on for the past 1600 years have been worshiping and reading and taking into their own. And now we have to come as a group and determine how are we going to translate all this stuff that's being said. So now remember, our knowledge is based now on 325 AD Council of Nicaea and now 1611 King James. Okay, so keep that in mind. So that's why I said time and society factors play a part. So when you say, I am my father's daughter, I have his personality, I am daddy's girl, but they wouldn't say we as one, that's exactly what they said in regards to Jesus. That's what the Arianisms were saying. That, yeah, Jesus is the Son of God, but he is not God. That's important. Now, please, because I'm saying that, I'm just saying the facts. That's what they're saying. It's not necessarily what I'm saying. So keep this stuff in mind. All right. All right. So actually, that's the same instance because we are two different people. Absolutely. Historically, before the Council of Nice, none of the okay, exactly. Yes, that's important. It created the Trinity. Okay. And Kaz says the word was God. But that's the catch, Kaz. And I'm not trying to knock anything down. Before the Council of Nicaea, nobody considered it the Trinity. That's the thing. We now accept it. We now consider it the theory, but it wasn't accepted back then. Now, there's 7 messages. I'm going to keep going, but I just wanted to give that little fact information about history in regards to that. And if we do need to go further, I will. But I want to get to the next topic and just keep that in the back of mind. But let me go on. There's 7 messages. No, Melanie, I was responding to RG not. Oh, okay. I know you're understanding this. Okay, just making sure. And please bear in mind that sometimes I'm going line by line. I don't see all of it. So sometimes there might be a little miscommunication on my end. Okay. His name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father. But also, not everyone had their own Bible, but had to believe what the priest said was in the Bible. Absolutely. Sarah's making an excellent point. And that goes on even till this day. I mean, there are people who will wholeheartedly have faith, go to church, and only hear what the preacher has to say. That was me. I was the one. I never read the Bible. I only would hear what they would tell me. And then that's why, for me, this is shocking as the stuff that I'm reading in the Bible. But you know something? It's making me solidify my faith even more. So, absolutely, not everyone had their own Bible. Not many people could even read back then. So, and if I'm not mistaken, the Bible wasn't like a mass produced, you had to be rich to even own a Bible. Never mind learn how to read it because you had to know how to read. Okay, so completely false. Try Theophilus, the Antioch. Okay, those are just 2 names. All right. I understand what you're doing by learning the Old Testament and 11. I also needed to learn. Okay, so now let me tie it in because I forgot to even open my book today. Because the next lesson is going to be on the very last line that we stopped at yesterday. Now, we stopped at a specific spot. And the irony is, we didn't stop at the spot because we got into a conversation about this. We stopped at the spot because we got into a conversation about something completely different. But in me rereading that last line, I'm like, wait a minute, we got to talk about this. Okay, wait. Angel, you want to come up? Okay, Angel, I'll have you come up. Put the invite in. You can come up. But like I said, from what I said about Nicaea, I'm pretty much done with that. This isn't meant to be an argument about Nicaea. I just wanted to keep that in your minds so that we can make a reference time point as to what is going on in the mindset of people at that time. And remember, time has a factor because now we're seeing things from the future. But just put your invite up and you can come up. I don't see an invite, so okay. The alpha list never taught one essence, 3 co-equal person. Okay, so there we go. There you go. I think you're
okay. Sorry, I know that you're not trying to make the whole lesson about this, but
no, I'm not.
I'm kind of a history buff, especially when it comes to early church history, and the Nicene Creed really is part of the core doctrines that my specific part of the Baptist church uses. And it kind of irritated me when RG was talking about how none of the early church fathers, taught the Trinity or believed the Trinity. So I just wanted to go through a list here of ones that did, because I love reading about this stuff.
That's fine.
So Theophilus of Antioch, he was in 180 AD. He was the earliest writer to use the word Trinity. Then you have Tertullian of Carthage. He coined the Latin term of Trinitas. He was in 155 AD. You had Irenaeus of Lyons. He was from 130 AD to 202 AD. Justin Martyr from 100 to 165 AD. The Origen of Alexandria. He was from 185 to 253 AD. And then Ignatius of Antioch, he was actually in 35 AD, which is, to me, pretty significant as an early church father who was not in the Bible to be 35 AD after Jesus' death to even teach and believe the Trinity. So that's all I wanted to say.
Now, actually, I'm so glad, because I did not go further into that. I mean, believe me, I was up all night, like, doing some research, because I'm like, this is making so much sense. But I'm glad you did that, because I just wrote down all those names that you just gave me. Because and I'm going to do more research on this, because I think this subject is fascinating. But although we could probably do an entire show strictly on this discussion, all I wanted to do was to introduce this, because I want to read the next line in Joshua where we stopped at, and then I want to tie it into an entire discussion on what came to me last night. But the catch of the discussion is that it's bringing science into it, and it's definitely going to be bringing this whole model in that we talked about the other day. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, so, I didn't want to. I've actually not had an energy drink this morning, so I'm kind of staying on track.
Oh no, that's fine.
Whenever he said that, and I see that he apologized, I'm not saying like in an irritating anger way. I'm just like, ooh, because I love church history. Like, I read about it quite often.
And here's the thing, and I give you absolute credit for that. And I'm not putting anybody down who doesn't know this. But I will say this, the majority of people do not know this information. They really don't. They don't know the history of their own origins of their belief system. And I almost want to say, and this is exactly what we were talking about yesterday, I feel like you do need to know different perspectives. This way it could solidify. Now, I know I went the wrong track yesterday, and it dawned on me even this morning, where I was saying, okay, yes, you do need to know the opposing, possibly satanic point of view. And I guess all of you probably slapped your face like, what is she saying? But, and I'm not going to get into that, but what I'm saying is, the more knowledge you have, the more it brings into you that you could solidify what your own belief system is. And in some cases, you don't need to solidify because some people be like, you know something, I don't even want to know that stuff. What I believe is what I believe, and I'm going to believe that without ever knowing anything else. So, okay.
I want to answer Kaz's question. She was saying, did Ignatius know Paul? There's no documented evidence that they knew each other, but based on both of the letters that they've written, it can kind of be suggested that they possibly knew each other or heard about each other during that time.
Right. And RG, you said, sorry if my comments irritated. You know something, like I said, for this discussion, we can all talk, and I didn't mean to cut you off with the discussion, but I didn't want this to be strictly a Council of Nicaea. There's another point, because it's going to tie into where we left off in Joshua. And that's why I wanted to go right into Joshua with this. But first, I need to explain this, because then I'm going to read the one line, and you're going to say, oh, I know where she's going, but I have a science lesson in regards to what the Bible is saying. So it's actually going to become a debate between biblical perspective and scientific perspective. So that
crack exactly. RG's comments didn't like irritate me in an anger way. When I was in high school, I done a lot of debates, and I loved history. So when I hear people and it's like they're saying something, and I know like the other side to it, I get like, it's like an irritating, and I need to debate this kind of way. So I wasn't like angry or anything. I just wanted to say that. So you can throw me back in the
I'll
chat.
throw you back. And you know what the funny thing is? I have never been in a debate ever, but I feel like I naturally do it in life, which I guess is bad. But I absolutely love these conversations. And I love it when it's in the way where we can actually share information. Because even with what you just gave me, those names, Theophilus, Tertullian, Irenaeus, Justin, I wrote them down quickly. I'm going to do my own research on that on my own because it's making me excited. Like, okay, wow, I got more points to look at now. That's how crazy I am. Okay, so yes, you have been respectfully commenting about history and facts, RG. That's why I'm so glad you're here, and thank you for being part of this. I'm really genuinely glad. Okay, Angel, I love debates. Sarah's like, I like the fired up Angel. Oh no, who did I just invite?
Hello?
Hi, dude, can you get out? I did not mean to invite you. Yeah, can you just... Yeah, could you just disconnect? I'm so sorry, but welcome. Stay for the chat if you want, but can you go down, please?
Yeah, God bless you.
God bless you too. I love you. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. If you see what I see, and I wish there's a way I could delete it because I tried playing around with the settings. When I scroll up, it'll connect me to, because every other line when I read your lines, it'll say, "Oh, do you want to invite this person? Oh, do you want to invite this person as a co-host?" And as I scroll, it. But that's the only way to scroll. So I'm sorry. So I'm like, guys, get out of here. Can you? All right. So yeah. So I'm glad he was respectful. He left. Thank you so much. Okay. So you feel like you opened the bathroom stall on someone. Angel's rolling. Okay. So now let's open up to Joshua chapter 10, verse 12. Okay. Joshua chapter 10, verse 12. I'm going to read 12 and 13, and then I'm going to stop and go on a complete rant. Okay. And my promise is I am not going to bring conspiracy theories into it. I am strictly going to talk science, and I'm strictly going to talk religion. Okay. That's all I'm gonna. So for today, I'm making a promise to you guys. I'm not doing conspiracy theories. We're strictly gonna talk science, and we're strictly gonna talk religion. Okay, so, and most of you will probably say, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. Just hear me out. Yes, of course you could say one thing, Kaz. You guys never have to ask. Just say it. Or do you mean you need to come up and say it? If you need to come up and say it, just throw in a thing. But yes, of course you can say what you need to say. This stall is taken. Was he in the bathroom? Is that I see? I didn't even see when he was. All right. This is written in poetry form and prose from the perspective of the people on earth. When you say this, you're talking about the Bible, or this chapter. Or were you talking about something else? I just want to make sure to clarify. You said this is written in poetry form, the same way we are sunrise, sunset. It's not to be taken in literal scientific. Okay, interesting. Kaz, very, very interesting. Okay, all right. The command for the sun to stand still in the sky. Okay, so your belief in reading this is not to take it literal, to take it poetically. See, that's interesting. See, for me, that's a different perspective. But I'm going to go on a rant, and I am going to go on a scientific rant, and I'm going to leave everybody up to their own. Hey, hold on one second, guys. What are you doing? Stop that! Get out of there. Sorry. Hey, you too. Okay, what chapter are we on? We are on Joshua chapter 10, verse 12 and 13. Okay. So we literally stop there, and I find it interesting. And I mean, not to put you on the spot, I find it interesting that Kaz is saying this is not to be taken literally. So we'll look at it from the non-literal perspective. I'm going to look at it from the literal perspective. And once again, discernment, it's up to you as an individual to tell me, well, you don't have to tell me, but tell yourself how you feel to interpret this. Okay? But I have a whole little rant, and it's an important rant. And this is, oh, Angel, you missed a lot yesterday. Sorry, you did. But I think it's important. Okay, so even Rich Mullins sings about the sun standing still. All right, so let me read this. And then, hold on one second. Will you stop that? Get over here. Give me that. Sorry. That was Treasure. She was putting her head in a plastic bag and like wrapping it around her neck. I had a plastic bag on top where like I throw like paper garbage and stuff like that. So she's trying to wrap it around her head. I'm like, stop that. All right. Okay, even Rich Mullins sings about the sun standing still. I have to say that's artistic, but we definitely have got to mute that out. What? Wow. So I shouldn't even acknowledge it because it can invite more trolls, but there you go. We love your art, Jay. All right. Anyway, let me read this. Joshua chapter 12. Then Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, thou shalt stand still upon Gideon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. Now, at first I didn't know what that means, but then I went to the next line. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. It is not written in this book of Joshua. So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and has not go down about until the whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, until the Lord had hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Okay, so I'm going to pause there. So now I'm going to take it poetically. So poetically, it was like time has stayed still for a moment. That time stood still until the battle was over. So, and that could be a metaphoric thing. It could literally be a poetic thing that they were just so in tuned with this battle that it was like time stand still. Okay. All right. Wait. We're getting comments. Let me see. All right. So yes, it actually happened. And Angels, Kaz says, no, that's not what I mean. It definitely was a miracle. But I feel like the earth stood still, causing to the people to see the sun standing still in the sky. Kaz, thank you. This is where I'm going to love you. Now, segue. Okay, what you just said, I'm so glad you said it, because now here's where we're going to get into religion, science, conspiracy theory. But for today, we're going to pretend conspiracy theory doesn't exist. And now if anybody wants a science, an astronomy lesson, we're going to have an astronomy lesson. So please bear with me, guys. You're going to love this. Okay, so I have a question for the masses. Not what you believe, not what is being taught now. This is actually a generational thing. So depending upon your age bracket, you're actually going to have a different answer. So my question to this, and I'm throwing this out to everybody. What were you taught in school? Were you taught, and this is a yes or no question, you don't have to expand upon it. I just want to know whether this is what you were taught from school. If you were not taught from this, just tell me no. Don't tell me what you were taught, because I'm going to get to that. But I just want to know if this is what you were taught in school. Were you taught that the sun is stationary and that the planets and the earth revolve around the sun? Okay. Simple question. I'm just curious. Scientifically, is that what you were taught in school? Is that the sun is stationary and the planets revolve around the sun? Okay. Now, of course, with Earth revolving around the sun, it is going to make it appear that the sun is moving. Okay, interesting. RJ says no. All right, RJ, hold on. Don't tell me what you were taught yet, because I'm going to give you another thing. And if you were taught something completely different, I would like to know what you were taught, if you don't mind. But that's Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. And remember, we're not talking about what you believe. Right now, it's not what your personal belief is. I'm simply asking, what did school teach you when you were in school? So, my question is, when you were in school, were you taught that the sun is stationary and then the planets revolve around the sun? And the reason the sun is moving is because the earth is also spinning around, and that is how you're getting the image of the sun moving. So, that is my question. So, Angel says yes. Um, what were you taught? Okay, so that's my question: is what were you taught? So right now, RG says he wasn't taught that. Sarah says she was taught that. Angel, I'm just Kaz, I'm just curious: is that what you were taught, or were you taught something different? Not what you believe. I'm asking what you were taught. I'm talking about Sarah and Angel seem to think I don't believe the sun. Stop. We're not even getting there. Just address my question if that's possible. We are going to get there, but like I said, it's just because I want to see as a collective were people being taught the same thing. Okay, so no, you weren't taught that the sun was okay, I wasn't taught the sun was stationary. Okay. No girl. All right, I know. All right. So now, two questions. One is for Sarah. One is okay, wait. Before I get to the question. So the second theory is, were you taught that the sun is in the galaxy moving, and as it's moving, our galaxy is rotating around it, going at the speed, being pulled with it, so it's one big motion? Now that's the second question. Not what you believe, what you're taught. Did anybody hear that theory? And that's a yes or no question. So in other words, the sun is moving through space with okay, so Sarah, you were taught that. Okay. Kaz, you don't remember? That's fine. It's okay if you don't remember. So I'm just trying to get a general idea of what people were taught, not what they believe. And that's a very important distinctive. So, okay, so Angel, you were taught that as well, that the sun is moving and everybody else is moving with it. Okay. Okay. So that's okay. So now, RG, was that what you were taught too? Yes. Okay. So everybody's on the same page with this model. All right. So let me backtrack just a little bit. I must have went to the same school me and Sarah went to. Okay. All right. So let me backtrack a little bit because I just wanted to know what you guys were taught, which is very important. I was never taught that part. I was taught that the sun is the center of the universe and that everything flowed around it. Okay. So now let me go into a couple of historical scientific facts. Okay. So this is history. So now, Copernicus. Copernicus in 1543 wrote published his findings called the I can't even say it. De Revolutionibus Orbium Caelestrum. Okay, that was the name of his writing. It means the revolution of the celestial spheres. All right, so this is Copernicus back in 1543. And his belief is that we are on a heliocentric model. It sounds like high cholesterol. We are on a heliocentric model. And the heliocentric model is that the sun is in the center of the earth and the earth revolves around the sun. The planets revolve around the sun. That is the helios. That's basically modern day. They added to it, but let me get to that. That is Copernicus' public view. That was actually what I was taught. I was taught the sun is in the center and the planets go all around. What Copernicus actually did was he overrode what Aristotle and Ptolemy said back in 325 BC. Okay, so this is 325 years before Christ. Aristotle and Ptolemy, well, later on, Ptolemy had what's known as a geocentrism point of view. And their geocentrism point of view was that the earth is the center of everything. The earth is stationary and everything revolves around the earth. So the movement that you get of the sun, the planets, and everything like that is because the earth is stationary and everything else revolves around it. Okay. Now, remember, from both models, you are still going to see movement because now you get to talk about perception and relativity. You're getting you're on the right track. The Bible says the earth is stationary. Okay? You're on the right track. And this is where the conversation, you're totally going ahead, but this is where the conversation, science, Bible, conspiracy theory comes in. But we're not even going to talk conspiracy theory. Okay, so the Quran doesn't say the sun is fixed. It says the sun is moving in orbit. Okay, so now we have, and Sarah, if you don't mind me saying, what verse does it say it's stationary? Because I don't know that verse, but the Bible does say some very, very specific things on how it applies to science. So I'm just curious, do you have an exact Bible verse where it says it's stationary? Give you a minute, that's fine, take a minute. I'm just going to keep going on. Okay, so now we have heliocentrism and we have geocentrism. Now, everything that you guys were taught where I said the sun is moving, actually at this time doesn't necessarily have an exact name for it. Not yet. Part of it does. I mean, you can say yes, it is still part of the heliocentric view, but oh no, I won't get mad if you argue it. That's fine. But just let me keep talking because we're talking science now. All right, but it's going to time into science as well. Okay, so one of them is Psalms 104:5. I almost want to go to Psalms, but let me go on with what I'm saying. So wait, let me write that down. Psalms 104:5. I almost want to say, do you have you know something? Just for the sake of this, if that really says so, Psalms 104:5. I just want to see if that's exact because I don't know whether the Bible says it or not. But you're on the right track because I'm talking about very specific points in the Bible that do talk about science. So 104:5. Okay. Who laid the foundations of earth that it should not be removed forever? Okay, that does not say that it's unmoving. It's questioning who laid the foundations of earth. And I would say that who laid the foundations of earth, that the earth cannot be destroyed forever. That's how I would take it. But I don't know because I don't know the rest of Psalms. But I would say that doesn't necessarily say that it's unmoving. It just simply says that it can't be removed. And for me, removed means take away. But good point. I mean, if there's another verse, if anybody has another verse, I would love to see it. First Chronicles 16:10. Okay, let's just look at that real quick. See, I'm going against my own tenant. I'm going ahead. But I just want to see if it says anything like that. 16:30. Okay. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it not be moved. Okay, so you know something in that respect, I will definitely say that from this perspective, the earth doesn't move. Okay, so it's showing that it's sovereign and what he places cannot be taken away. Okay, so for the Bible's sake, we're going to say that yes, it says that the earth is a place. Yes, it says that it's either unable to be removed or nothing's going to move it away. But it doesn't necessarily explain whether it doesn't move at all. Because maybe it does move within. But anyway, no, I'm glad that you gave me those references. And there's probably a bunch of them. But you're on the right track, Sarah. And I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm not saying anything's wrong. Because this is where it's going to come to your own individual. It doesn't mean it stays in its position. It just means it will never be taken away or destroyed. And that's how I'm taking it. But it could be taken as it doesn't move at all. Now, sorry. Okay, hold on. Wait. Where did I put my, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, so we were talking about heliocentrism. We were talking about geocentrism. The new modern day, which it sounds like all of you have been taught. Okay, and remember, we're talking about what is taught, not as what is believed. We'll get into belief in a minute. They don't necessarily have a term. For lack of better term, the term of what you are describing is called anisotropy, which is a distribution of radio galaxies or in excess of radio dipole galaxies. Now, what I just said probably went way over everybody's head, but that would be the scientific, I guess, physics way to describe it. And what it means, it's also known as either a headwind theory or it's known as a vortex helix theory. Okay, so what it basically means is that the sun is moving through the galaxy with the Earths and planets rotating. And why is that happening? It has to do with the concept of a barycenter. And with the barycenter, it means that when something is orbiting another thing, it's going to have a greater gravitational pull. So because the sun is so powerful in our um, atmosphere, because it's so powerful, it's going to drag the Earth, the moon, and all the planets with it. However, there are other things that are more powerful than the sun, which has a bigger barycenter. And what's going to happen is because there are more objects out there that are more powerful than the sun, that is why the sun is moving with the rest of them behind through the galaxy. Now, to give numbers, these are actual, not, well, I'm going to say these are estimation numbers because I even ask, can these numbers be verified? But the Earth itself is spinning, according to science as of right now, at a roughly 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator. So now we have the Earth is spinning. While it's spinning, it's also orbiting. Let's just say this is the sun. It's also orbiting around the sun. And what it's going to do is it's orbiting around the sun at 107,000 kilometers per hour. So now we're doing this. The sun is now moving with the entire galaxy at 828,000 kilometers per hour, which for it to make its complete rotation around the entire galaxy is going to take 225 million years for our sun and our solar system to make it around the galaxy. And then the galaxy itself is now going to be at 2 million kilometers per hour. But that's where the theory ends because our entire galaxy with the known universe, they don't know how much it expands out. Okay, so that's the current theory as of right now. Okay, all right, so it spins on the pole. No, what I'm saying is when something spins on the, okay, good question. When you have, here's your round ball. It's spinning constantly, but the speed spinning here is most definitely going to be a different speed than what's spinning at the equator. Okay, and that has to do with how much I'm trying to see, do I have here my rock, just think this is the Earth. So in other words, here's it. So where it's spinning here is going to be a different speed than where it's spinning here. So it's similar to a turbine. If you're measuring the speed at the end of the blades versus measuring the speed at the middle of the blades, okay. No, I'm not calling the equator axis off. All I was saying as far as the speed it rotates around itself. Okay, so now, having said all that, me as a scientific person who spent years and years in science and medicine and all that other stuff, I can't believe, and this is my crisis I'm having, I can't believe I'm now thinking, you know something? This is all bullshit. Because to me, although I've always accepted this as fact, it makes absolutely no sense to me with our observable eye, with our observable feeling. Wait, big pharma. Wait. We promised we weren't going to go conspiracy theory on this one. I'm going literal science, and God is not actually up there with his feet propped on us. Did somebody say that? Did I totally miss that? Wait. Okay, hold on. Kaz says, footstool doesn't spin and rotate. That'd be awfully hard to prop your feet on. Are you calling us? All right, 661 means the earth is under God and his authority because he will always make your enemies. Okay, so now, for me personally, my discernment, and I'm sorry if I offended everyone, my discernment is this whole scientific thing that I just explained to you really is, I can't, I believe this for so long, and the more I think about it, the more it makes absolutely no sense. All right. Because, all right, now let's talk about another thing that I want to throw in scientifically, relativity. And this is why relativity is important. So let me ask you this right now, looking at you guys, am I moving or am I staying still? Meaning if I'm here, I'm pretty much standing still, correct? The answer would be yes. From your perspective and from mine, we're both standing still. All right. What would happen? Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I am. I know. Am I bad? Yes. I'm saying this spinning ball going 2 million miles that it's going to take us 225 million years just to make a circle around our galaxy, around our I'm sorry, yeah, I'm saying that this is BS. You guys could agree or disagree, that's fine, but me, who believed in this for years on end, okay, so that's what I said. And this is funny because it was interesting with the conversation earlier in the private chat where we were talking about discernment and we were talking about messages from demons and devils versus messages from God. My crisis wasn't in the message that I got from who may or may not be God. My crisis is like, how can I believe in this stuff for all these years? Okay, but you could disagree with me moving in the galaxy, but still believe the Earth's rotate. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Issues, no problem. All right, so now I was actually okay. So having said that, now let me go on. So now the next thing talks about relativity. So from me to you guys, I'm standing still. However, if you were over there and I'm on an escalator and and the escalator's bringing me up, from my perspective, you guys are moving away from me. From your perspective, I'm moving away from you. However, from a third perspective, what it will look like is, hey, you guys are standing still. She's moving up an escalator. I'm observing the two of you from both different perspectives because the two of us, like I said, we're just seeing each other move away from a perspective. So in our minds, both of us, in some sense, are moving, whereas the third person says, no, this one person is remaining the same. This person is moving, even though from each other they look like they're moving. Okay. Now, let's put that scenario that all three of us are now on a boat because you're remaining still. I'm on an escalator going up, but yet the person who's watching the two of us, that one's stationary, one's moving, the third person who is stationary, now all three of us are not stationary because we are now on a boat and we're all moving with the waves. So it has to do with relativity, and that is the observable comparison using light, space, time, and gravity. Now, the example I gave was strictly um, time and visual observation. We didn't necessarily get into the concept of gravity or space or anything like that. We're not talking about that. But what I'm saying is that relativity theory is completely. Oh, gravity. Yeah, gravity is into it because one's going up, one's going down. But the point that I'm trying to make is from an observable point of view, there's three different people, and all three different people in this scenario are seeing a different perspective based on relativity. So yes, you're exactly right. No, no. Remember, wait. I haven't even said technically what my belief said. All I simply said was this idea right here about the acidotrophy of the radio dipole of excessive dipole or headwind theory of the vortex helix theory. That I'm saying is bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Okay, no, I think there's a whole theory on gravity, and I don't know where we go. Oh, well, notice it's theory on gravity, which I know where you're going, Sarah. We made a promise. We're not doing conspiracy theories. Okay, so we're not going there. I know where you want to go. We're not going there. I want to stay with science and I want to stay with religion. Okay, so now back to Joshua 8. Okay, and this is where it's an important thing. So now, if you believe in either what was taught to you in school, which from this point of view is actually that third point of view that it doesn't necessarily have a name, but that third point of view is that the sun is moving and everything's moving around as it's going through the things. If you believe that, then if wait. Okay, wait. I'll wait. What do you want to say? Go ahead. No, go ahead. Ask the question. I'll wait. I was taught in school. Where were you taught all these other things? Okay, what other things do you mean? Are you talking about what I was saying with like where does the alternate information come from? Which alternate information are you talking about? I just want to clarify which alternate information are you talking about? Because right now I'm only saying that there's either geocentrism, heliocentrism, or the third one, which I said, which technically right now, because it's still a new concept. Okay, all that stuff, flat Earth, and all that stuff is conspiracy theories. However, there is okay. Let's go. All right, hold on. I hate to say conspiracy theory. In one term of flat Earth, I'm going to say this. There was a time that the accepted, where did it start? Okay, where did it start? There was a time, and I don't have an exact date because I wasn't going into flat Earth, but there was a time where everybody believed the Earth was flat. They always said that the Earth was flat. It actually is a newer concept that the Earth is round. Now, I will say this, in 1958, very, very important year, 1958. 1958 was when NASA came into fruition. Okay. That's where they started the space program. That's the other thing about 1958. And this is a fascinating thing, which I always say, look for encyclopedias before 1958. Because before 1958, the encyclopedias said that there was a firmament over our Earth in Antarctica, that when you go to Antarctica, you are going to see the edge of the dome. So the firmament. So, like I said, I promised I wasn't going to go into conspiracy theories. And you are asking me right now, where am I getting this information from? And Sarah and I are giving you the answer. First, you need to look at the history behind who started NASA, why did they start NASA, and what were they changing? No, I'm serious too. And that's why I said this is a rabbit hole. If you want to go down this rabbit hole, this is your blue pill, red pill moment. So the first thing you would need to look at is what were they covering up? What were the textbooks saying before specific dates? What were people teaching? Because before 1958, it was taught in school about the firmament, about the dome, about Antarctica, about the edge of the world, about flat Earth. All this stuff was being taught before 1958. No, from an actual Encyclopedia Britannica that was in the libraries, that was an actual book that, if you noticed, are completely burned because that's what the government did. They went around to all these textbooks and all these things, and they literally destroyed history. But you can get actual books that were considered textbooks, that were encyclopedias, that when you read it, it will tell you about the flat Earth and will tell you about the dome over the Earth, which is exactly what the Bible is saying, which is kind of interesting if you think about it. Yes, you can find an encyclopedia from 1958. I do not have a personal copy of it, but you can find it online. And no, it's not AI or anything like that, but you can actually find this information. I will tell you this. I have found some books that do have some very, very interesting historical facts that aren't here. And that's one of the things of why I'm starting to go through books now through a new light to see what is being said. Okay, Kaz, you know something? I understand what you're trying to say. You keep saying to me, well, is the book in front of you? Is the No, the book is not in front of me, but there are books in front of people that they will literally open it up. And I mean, this is where you have to either have belief or you have to just brush it off as a conspiracy theory. Because even in this respect, you guys are quoting me scriptures from the future. Okay, you're quoting me scriptures I have not read yet. And what did I do? I instantly just opened up the book and said, okay, it's right there. Well, if I didn't have access to that book, but somebody else had access to that same exact book and opened it up for me and say, look, it's right here. I have the book right here. Here's the book. I will read you exactly what it says. I will even screenshot it. That's what it is about the 1958 Encyclopedia Britannica. That's exactly what it's called. Encyclopedia. Oh, it's Encyclopedia Americana or Encyclopedia Britannica. I think it's both because there was many different encyclopedias. All right. Okay, so let me keep going. All right. So Kaz, I mean, I know this is probably upsetting. I made a promise that I wasn't going to go into conspiracy theories, and this discussion has absolutely nothing to do. So, like I said, if you want to go on the conspiracy theory, we can talk about it. But for the sake of this discussion, we can leave the conspiracy theories completely out of this because already you keep saying is like, where are you learning this? Where in this learning this? I can give you thousands of sites. I can even give you thousands of sites as to why the Challenger people are still alive, why the moon landing is fake, why JFK was a government conspiracy. Oh, I have to be careful. But I can give you all these sites. If you want them, if you're prepared for them, we can give them to you. But we already agreed from your past experiences that you don't want to know about it here, which is fine. So that's the answer is when you say to me, we have done our own research and come to our own discernment. If nobody else wants to do that same discernment, we're not forcing them. We don't want to. And that's why I'm saying from when Sarah keeps talking about, I'm like, nope, Sarah, we're not going there. I know where you're leading to. We're not going there. We're strictly sticking with Bible. We're strictly sticking with science because we don't want to mix how it now comes together, the Bible and science, and comes together in the alternate view. Okay, we're here telling her the same. We love Jesus here. So did you find the encyclopedia? I haven't at this point. I do go to Reddit. It's too. Oh, you do not go to Reddit. It's too dark for you. Okay, so how do you know this? You know this by word of mouth, by looking at different texts. Okay, so I don't have this book. How do you know it's true? Because I've seen this book that people will literally lift it up to me right there and read word for word from it. That's how I know. That's what I'm saying. You're taking somebody's word for it. I'm also taking my own visual look for people I know who can read it for me. So how do you know what they say is true? Because I'm seeing it as well. Somebody makes a video saying, I don't believe this, and people ran with it. I believe it's called the encyclopedia. That's what makes me nervous that this is somebody's opinion. Okay. But the dude that has the Quran right in front of him says, the book says this and this. Okay, Kaz, let me ask you this. Yes, the Americana is the other one. Okay, never mind. Do you believe what mainstream media told us about C-19? Sites, exactly. But then you tell me not to trust Google. Yeah, I could tell you right now, we can have a Google game. You can ask the same question to Google, but just changing one word to slightly change what Google is saying, and it is going to give you a completely different answer to whatever that question is. So when it comes to Google, you have to make sure that whatever question you ask, that you ask it correctly so that you do get the full answer and not just the one-sided point of view. And plus, Google is horrible that it's an algorithm base. It's going to give you what it wants you to read, not what you necessarily wanted to say. And Google is wiping out information. Absolutely, it absolutely is. Okay, Kaz, I'm in the middle. I cherry pick with those things and make my own opinion. And that's what I want everybody to do. I want everybody to come up with their own opinion. And right now, this conversation was never meant to be about conspiracy theories. And I even said, I'm not talking conspiracies at all. However, this is where there seems to be, but wait a minute, you're saying that, Yes, I personally have come to my own discernment in regards to certain topics. And they are not going to be necessarily science based, they're not going to necessarily be religious based. However, they're going to combine the two together and make sense that actually solidifies what the Bible is actually saying. And that's why it's fascinating, is because remember, and I said this before, I always thought that conspiracy theorists were atheists. I thought that they were against God. Now I'm realizing that is not the case. Science is actually the atheist, and it comes together that if you believe in these alternate theories, you actually have a stronger connection to God. Not that I'm saying nobody else doesn't have a strong, but what I'm saying is it's going to solidify even more powerfully how wonderful, important, and spiritual God is in our lives and how He is in everything that we do. Okay. It's just very, very hard being the only one in the room thinking one thing and trying to make a point. So never. Okay, but that's how we don't want you to feel. Because, like I said, this portion of the conversation should never be happening right now. Because I already stated from the beginning, we're not talking conspiracy theory. All I wanted to talk was science and Bible right now. So, okay, it was built for people like you, because if they would lie to the entire world about C19 and everyone just fell in line with it, have they lied about it? But did you not find your info on Google? Yes, I absolutely use Google. I use Google all the time, but I also use other sources besides Google. Remember, Google is a monopoly. So there are other browsers that aren't so biased, but you have to learn how to use them. Okay, you can. I know you support what I said, Melanie. I just wanted to tell Kaz that. Okay, look at these sources. All right, did I get up to everything? Okay, so I mean, Kaz, like I said, please do not take this personally. Don't. I mean, this is not an argument. I know you feel like you are. You. I just want to know, do you feel like you're being outcast? That's not the case at all. I'm actually valuing your opinion. And believe it or not, we are actually reinforcing the faith in the Bible and the faith in God. That's exactly what we're doing. I know you might not understand how it's in, how can we believe in something completely different and it ties into God. The more you delve down into that different path and see it from a different perspective, the more it's going to make sense. And now, like I said, in this perspective, and that's why I asked earlier, what were you guys taught compared to what you believe? And if right now you all are on the same page that yes, we are a moving sun with the vortex helix model of everything and everything's in movement, okay, then that even makes, if you believe that, that even makes this even more of a miracle. Because what that's saying is if God really stopped the sun, the moon, and the earth, that literally means he stopped the entire universe at that point. That's how profound that is if you believe that. If you believe in the other way, where the sun is stationary to begin with, but still rotates, but still the earth rotates around this, then once again, that's a miracle because now he is stopping the gravitational turn of the earth so that from the earth's perspective, because remember, perspective is important. This goes back to the idea of going up an escalator while you're moving at the same time, while you're on a boat, because from the outer perspective of you all being on the boat, you're all moving. But from the inside perspective, the person that's drinking a beer at the bar is going to say, well, that person's going up and down the stairs, but that person is remaining stationary. So that's why something like that is important. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Hold on. Not as casted, more ganged up on, and I don't really know any. But you're not ganged up on. I mean, like I said, we're not trying to do this. All I'm trying to say is that this was a conversation I didn't even want to go to because the point I'm trying to make is what is being said in 12 and 13. This is so beautiful. And depending upon what you're taught and what you know of the universe, will even expand this miracle in such a bigger light. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm hoping that's coming out. None of this is personal. Some of us believe that they have been lied about everything. And I'm one of those people. I believe that everything we've been taught is a lie. And there are reasons I believe that. And you know something? I was actually, this is funny. I was warned by my mom because I almost want to say, Kaz, Chris and you are on the same path. I cannot even talk to Chris about these things. He has the same he has the same answers that you do. He will say the same thing to me, and then he gets so frustrated and angry with me when he says to me, he's like, "How can you believe what it is that you believe?" So then I have to flip at him and say, "Okay, then I have a question for you. How can you tell me you believe in God and you believe in the Bible and you're believing what the Bible is saying, but then you turn around and tell me that science is correct, and the only reason that science is correct is because, quote, the Bible is outdated, that at the time they didn't have the information that they have now." That's what he's telling me. He's telling me that the scientific things that are in the Bible, it was because at the time they had no understanding of what science is. And now, after all these years, because it's now roughly what, 2,000 years later, we now have a better understanding of the world around us. So for me, that says, okay, then you're completely diminishing God's word. You're completely diminishing what he's informing and telling. You're diminishing the message that he came before if you're trying to tell me that the science within the Bible is completely. So you see where the different perspectives are coming in, and that is why this discussion can bring in division, or it could possibly bring in unity where we each have a different perspective. Okay, let me go on. There's lots of comments. Sorry. None of this is personal. Some of us just believe that they have been lied to about everything. Some of us believe they are telling the truth. We can all still love each other whether we agree or not. Amen. Sarah, yes, we can all still love each other whether we agree or not. That's this model right here. What you're saying, whatever you believe. Wow, God. I don't know. Is that a good thing or is it? You're all like, we have evidence. I'm like, well, I have evidence too. And you're like, your evidence is a lie. So it just seems kind of one sided. You know something? Okay, yes. I guess this could be like the whole right versus left, and I'm not trying to get political. So, yes, you can say that our evidence is a lie, and we can say that your evidence is a lie. The only thing that I am saying, and this is just the one differentiation, and please forgive me for saying this, is that I'm willing to follow all your evidence. I'm willing to read everything that you want me to read in regards that backs up your side. The only problem is there's a hesitancy in trying to listen to our side as to why we don't agree as to why the evidence is true. That's the only difference. And I mean, like I said, I'm not putting you on the spot, but that's society in general. There are people who will never want to hear the other side or never want to listen to it. So when you say, do we have books? Yes, there are books. There are websites. There are a ton of information out there. Do I have information? That's one of the things that I'm starting to do when I go through my books. When I find an old reference, I mean, like I said, I don't have the book here. It's actually in my storage. I actually have a 1934 textbook. It's a mathematical textbook from school, and it was just basically addition, subtraction. It was just it's just a math book. It's like your regular algebra book. But what was interesting about that textbook is that you open up the textbook, and this was from America, and in it there's all references to Germany with the symbol that I can't say, that lovely symbol that we use in Germany. And they were literally giving the children examples that if an SS soldier is going to come and has this amount of that, and this was in a children's book, in a school book teaching math. They're teaching how the Gestapo does math when they're doing plussing and minusing. Now, no offense, would that ever hold true to today? No, but I literally have that book in hand that shows exactly. Okay, sorry. God made a miracle regardless of where the earth is. So yes, there is evidence. It's just I'm on a quest right now when I go through my books to see if I can find anything of interest. Angel, can you come up for a minute? Sure. No, I'm saying just put in the chat. I'm saying disagreement because of this and that. I get. Well, that's the government lying to you. But flat stationary Earth versus flying through space globe Earth shouldn't keep us from being absolutely not. I agree that. I look up stuff, but I found both sides, and one made more sense than the other. I'm just going to say one thing in regards to that, Kaz, and this is just the honest truth. If you Google anything about conspiracy theories, it will instantly debunk everything. It will show you all the websites that debunk conspiracy theories. It doesn't give you the websites that will prove them. Google will only give you the websites that debunk it. So now what I could do is, okay, don't trust Google. I'm going to give you a list of websites that Google will not give you. And I then want you to check those websites out. And then when you check out those websites, then if you come back to me and say, I still don't believe it, it's still garbage, then that's fine. But see, that's the problem. That's the manipulation of Google to begin with, is they're only going to give you what they want you to believe. They're not going to give you all the information that is actually out there. Okay, so let me bring Angel up. Sorry, Angel.
Hello.
Hi. You got the floor.
I was just seeing if you were done.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, sometimes this is easier for me, where I have two little kids, to just come up here and say something really quick. If you don't prefer that, you just let me know. I just wanted to say, what I had said earlier when I said, so you're saying whatever you believe. Well, God, I was just saying, like, you were basically saying, if you believe the sun's stationary or the earth's stationary, whatever you believe, God made a miracle in this verse in Joshua. And like that's just kind of what I was saying, is like you were going, not trying to like single any belief out, but you're just saying either way we can agree that this is a miracle. And I just wanted to say to Kaz, like, because I see like where she's coming from and I see where everybody's coming from. I just wanted to say, like, for me and like my family, specifically my husband, we just kind of like, I guess you could say we cherry pick the things that we believe, because we go back into like church history and, you know, American history, and we believe a lot of things that, you know, not a lot of people around us believe. I'm not completely sold on all conspiracies, but some of them I am. And I just wanted to say, like, it's okay to have a medium where you don't fully believe either side completely. And I understand how Kaz feels, because like my mom, she's completely sold on like every conspiracy that she believes. And at first, when I didn't believe them, I did feel that way. I just kind of felt kind of like, well, you must think that I'm stupid. And it was never that she felt that way. It was like she had saw something that I didn't. And I just wanted to say to Kaz, like, I love you, and I hope that you've never felt like that I've singled you out. And I don't think that anyone is singling anybody out, but it's okay to just kind of like, I feel like outside of biblical truth of the gospel of Jesus, it is okay to kind of like say, well, I've read this and this supports this, or I've read this and this supports this, because that's what I do as a person. And I think that's what everybody does to an extent, whether you see it that way or not.
And I mean, when I specifically did, I wanted not to have this conversation. And I mean, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, or whatever you want to say, or maybe manifest. I mean, I know we use those words interchange, but what I'm saying is, I knew that this could easily degrade. And I almost feel like this is the attack that I didn't want, because I absolutely did not want this conversation to degrade to what it is. And Angel, when you came up, you point, and that's why I'm like, yes, that's what I'm trying to say. And maybe that was my problem, is I had difficulty conveying it. The fact that I'm trying to say is, no matter what your belief is in either science or spirituality or in religion, it all goes back to the Bible. The Bible is literally spelling out the science. It's giving the science behind it. And now that's where I was having my crisis, is because for me, everything was always about science and logic. I mean, I don't know if RG is still in here, and I try to avoid the logic because, from my perspective right now, and I know that perspective is going to completely change. The perspective right now is that it is logical to believe that it is illogical to understand the logic behind the illogical section of logistics. And
Yeah.
listen to what I just said carefully. That makes no sense whatsoever. But if you followed it carefully, is the fact that there is going to be information that is so illogical to us, but that is the logic through God that makes it understandable for Him, but not through us, and we will never understand it. Oh, hi, RG.
Yeah. Like, there is so many things that we will never understand this side of heaven. Some things, like, okay, like this is one thing that I was talking about, kind of like how I believe differently than other people. A lot of things in like Revelations are symbolic. A lot of things are like the language that they had then, and so many people take it for like face value, but you have to understand how they spoke then before you can understand what the verse actually means. And when you read my comment, maybe I didn't say it right, but you didn't really understand what I was saying. So I just wanted to come up here and say, you're not attacking anybody, and I see what you're saying. You're saying whatever you believe. Look at the miracle that God done, and I didn't want you to think that like
And
you've opened up a can of worms or you've went the wrong way with this. Like, I see exactly what you're saying.
And I want to just point out to Kaz, and Kaz, this is very, very important because I know how it feels to be exactly what you just said. It makes me feel like you all think I'm gullible or something because it's like 3 against 1. No, Kaz, that's not the case at all. And that is why I preface it that I only wanted to focus on science and I only wanted to focus on Bible. Because adding this portion can seem like it's a division when in actuality it's actually this, if everybody stays on the same page, understanding that it's different beliefs but we're all in it together, because you could still believe your beliefs. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but then when you come to say, okay, so why is it that we disagree? Because the answer that we have is people are being lied to. You are actually in the majority, Kaz. You are not in the minority. You may feel like you're in the minority, but you are in the majority because that is what society is being taught. And you say, but wait a minute, show me evidence. We can show you evidence to refute it. You could show us evidence to refute what we're saying. And it's always going to be, but I know this and this. The only problem is, and like I said, is the majority of society would just completely debunk the evidence that they can actually see with their eyes, that they can actually touch with their hands, that they will just completely debunk it. And here's an interesting thing, and I'm not going in, but I'm going to, because I had the most fascinating conversation with a friend of mine who's a pilot. He's a pilot. And he laughs each time I say, so you're a pilot, is the world flat around? He says, he's like, listen, when you're up to 40,000 feet, you are absolutely going to see the curvature of the earth. Now, from a conspiracy theorist side, you could say, oh, he's just taught to say that. You know something? I'm going to believe him. He goes up there. He does commercial flights. He's stuck in because he can't come back to Dallas because of the snow. So I was having this conversation this morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning because he's stuck where he is. But anyway, so he says when you're 40,000 feet, you absolutely see the curvature of the earth. And we were talking about mechanisms of planes and flights and stuff like that. And he says, you have no idea how many people come to me and say this, this, this. He's like, I'm witnessing things with my own eyes. I'm witnessing things with, and you know something? I hold what he says true. And that's why the comedic portion is I do believe the earth is both flat and round at the same time. And people are like, what? And I'm not even.
That's what I believe. Yes.
It is.
Yes, that's why I was like, I'm not totally flat earth. I believe there's a medium. And that's why I cherry pick, because I believe in so many cases, neither side has it right.
Yes.
And I just wanted to come up to tell Kaz, you're not alone. Like, I've been there, and on some conspiracies, I am there. I feel like people think that I'm gullible. But I also just wanted to say, if it gets on your nerves with me coming up here, you just let me know, because I want to be respectful, and this is your life. So,
no, you're fine. I mean, like I said, I'm more concerned if other people are annoyed with you, but I have no problem with it. It actually gives me a break to take a drink to quiet down and calm my voice and give me a break. So
Well,
that's
if
fine.
it gets on anyone else's nerves, just let me know. But I'm gonna have to go. You just threw me back into the
That's
chat.
fine. I'm gonna disconnect you. That's fine. All right. All right. So it does make you feel. I do not want to make you feel like you're gullible or anything like that. If it seems like it's 3 against 1, it is not our intention. And I know, like I said, if you read my message this morning, because I literally was losing my mind this morning, but I really said, you have no idea how it feels. And I'm going to start crying. I'm not trying to cry. You have no idea how it feels that for the first time, I can actually have a voice, that I can tell people, I could talk about this, because I cannot tell you how many people tell me I am stupid, I'm ignorant. And this was triggering, and I'm going to say this, I cannot even tell you how many times I have been beaten. And I'm talking about punched, kicked, beaten, slammed against the wall, passed out, sent to the hospital for speaking my mind. And I don't want to go in there, and I'm not trying to go there. So I do understand, and I don't want you to feel that way. What I want you to feel is that it is okay to believe something differently. It is okay to disagree. RG is not Christian. RG follows Islam. But guess what? RG is in the chat just as well talking to us. I mean, that's where it makes it beautiful. And if we could do this on a large scale, if people could just come together and respect each other's differences and talk about, then this world would be a wonderful place. But that's the problem. We don't do that. Instead, it comes like this, and everybody creates that divide. And it's like, because you don't agree with me, you're automatically ostracized. Let me go on, because then I have another point, but I want to keep going. Okay, so we can't stop using logic, knowing God himself needs logic. Okay, so based on that, and that's exactly what I said with my long-winded rant. God is logic. We are illogical. We are trying to find the logistics with God, but it's always going to be illogical. And the logic portion is we have to accept our fallacies. All right. So many more people agree with you. Absolutely, they do. Otherwise, God exists and God doesn't exist. Both can be true at the same time. And here's the thing. This goes back to what I was talking about the other day, and I know that conversation bothered people. This is where I was saying manifestation. If you really believe God doesn't exist, and I know this is blasphemous to say it on this, I really believe that you will cease to exist and your energy cease. If you believe in Moloch, then guess what? You're going to go to wherever Moloch is. If you believe, that's my belief. And I know that might be contrary, but you know something, and I know, like I said, you guys are going to hate me for saying this, but I'm getting that message, is the fact that when Jesus says, I am the way, this is how you get to heaven. Yes, you follow him, you are going to get into heaven. Allah is saying the same thing. You follow me, you're going to end up Siddhartha Gautama saying the same thing. You follow me, you're going to end up in nirvana. And you know something? I believe personally, I mean, I hate to say this, you'll probably disagree. I really do believe that is why do not follow false gods, because each of these gods are pointing to the other god and saying, well, that is a false god. Follow me and I will bring you to that place that I'm telling you could bring. Because honestly, what the Bible is showing me is that there are mirrors to each of these, because even in the sense with Moses, when he was with the pharaohs, all those people, they were doing miracles just like Moses was. The only difference is Moses, through the Lord, was more powerful than their gods, but they were doing the exact same miracles. So who's to say that is not how the world populated? Why the Lord was so adamant about destroying the Amorites, the Canaanites, and this and that, because they were following the other gods. They were the byproduct of those gods, and that's why they were irredeemable. I'm sorry, I'm going so far on a tangent, but that is my belief, and that's why it's coming to me like that. All right, so yeah, God exists and God doesn't exist. Both can't be true at the same time. To me, it does. It all depends on whether you believe or don't believe. Rejecting reason doesn't lead to God, it leads to chaos. Asking us to abandon logic is asking to abandon one of God's greatest signs. Okay, I like when the pastor's wife comes up. Theistic religions, by definition, believe in God and generally accept miracles. Okay, I'm just curious. I don't know this answer, RG. Does that mean in Islam there's no such thing as miracles? Or I don't have that answer. I don't know. Okay, God is above logic, though. Logic is a human limitation. God is the truth. Logic is the tool we use to know the truth. That belief directly contradicts the Bible, but I don't hate you believe it. And you know something I haven't found, and I'll be honest, Sarah, maybe when we get to the New Testament, like I said, I'm only going by where we are now. Maybe when we get to the New Testament, that will be the contradiction in the Bible. But as of right now, even in this scenario, he's showing the power that the other gods have over the people. He's showing it. He's showing how these people do worship other gods, that these people need to be completely eradicated. Because here's a genuine question, and this is something that stumped me, is through this trek, if these people had no idea the Lord's covenant, the Lord's pact with the children of Israel, then why are we eradicating these people completely down to their animals and everything that is historical to these people, that we are destroying everything? Why aren't we taking our time to convert them, to teach them and teach them the way? And that's a valid question. That is a valid question. So for me, and even with the flood, with Noah's flood, we eradicated the whole world. So then what was it that caused these gods, worshiping of the gods, to emerge once again? You're trying to tell me that Ham, the one person that sinned under Noah's family, that he was the one that taught about every single other god and not just the one God he followed? So, I mean, those are things that really, and that's why I said, as of right now, I don't see the contradiction. As of right now, it's leading me to believe that is the part that we're missing, is the other perspective from the other gods. Even if they're false, but from the perspective of the other, they're all pointing at each other and saying, no, the other one is false. The other one is false. That's what they're doing. They're all pointing. So I think it's more of a spiritual warfare of gods as to who is going to have power over people. That's my point. Logic and reason will lead you to the true God, not what feels right to you. Great point. Miracles are not logical. Yes, Kara, and like the talking donkey, that's a miracle. That is a miracle. I mean, it's the Shrek part of the Bible, but I mean, that is a miracle, and that is something that happened that doesn't normally happen in nature. It's not, so it has to be some sort of divine intervention from God himself that will come down and make a donkey talk. It's divine intervention to come down and stop the sun and stop the moon. He stopped them. And if that's the case, based on whatever, and this is going back to what I was saying, whatever Earth model that you decide, which model is it heliocentric? Is it geocentric? Is it the dipole one? Then what that means is it is a massive miracle, because for him to stop the sun and to stop the moon, he is literally stopping the entire universe of existence, if you think about that. All right. There's hundreds of miracles in Islam. The Prophet spitting on the moon is one of them. Okay, I really didn't know about that, so thank you for clarifying. So we are going to accept that there are miracles as well in Islam. Okay, thank you. Logic says animals don't talk, but they did. Logic says you can't rose from the dead, but it happened over and over. Exactly. So I want to say that miracles are illogical. They really are. They do happen. But you could say the logic behind the illogical portion of the miracles is that it happened through God, and that's what makes it logical. That's what makes the substance happen. That's what makes it visually that you could see how it is a miracle. You need to define what logical means first. Okay, God is not bound by human rules like logic and reason. That is why it's called a miracle. It can't happen by a human. Yes, there has to be some form, and whether that divine intervention is God, Allah, whatever. I mean, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to, but what I'm saying is that brings in that, yes, we are going to have different, I'm conflating logical and, okay, so then by logical perspective, then there's no such thing as a miracle. That's what you would be telling me. From a logical perspective, miracles do not happen. There's no such thing as a miracle. His ways are above our ways. Okay, you might have been censored, Sarah. Jesus performed miracles. Just be careful with the word Jesus. For some reason, a lot of times if people say Jesus, it deletes what they're saying. So, and I don't know why, Sarah, it's been deleting your. I don't know why it's been deleting your stuff, but a lot of times it deletes. Okay, so the Bible warned about a false prophet. Now, just bear in mind, the Quran does talk about Jesus. We were speaking about Arianism earlier. Arianism acknowledges Jesus. In fact, the modern day version of Arianism would be Jehovah's Witnesses. So that wasn't the exact one back then, but if you want to know what like modern day Arianism is, that would be Jehovah's Witnesses. So they are agreeing that Jesus was in the picture, which that alone is amazing. Is that even other religions acknowledge that there was a man. Now, how they take that man is a completely different perspective, but the fact is, he was someone in existence. And the fact, and this is going back to the Council of Nicaea, that they literally had to have a council of scholars, of men, of priests to come together and say, okay, we have this character, Jesus. What are we going to do with him? How are we going to define him? How are the masses going to believe this message? And that is where the Nicene Creed came from. And a lot of our religions today do fall back on that Nicene Creed. Whether you call it that or whether you call it the Apostles' Creed or whatever you call it, it stems back to 325 AD, which is 325 years after Jesus. Okay, let me go on. I'm sorry. All right, so false prophet. The Bible warned us about false prophets. A miracle is something beyond natural law, not against logic. Believing in logic doesn't make miracles illogical. Did that come through though? Yeah, about the false prophets. I believe that's what you were talking about. Miracles describe how God may act beyond natural causes without contradiction. Okay. Most of it did if you were trying to say Muhammad was a false prophet. Science studies patterns. Logic studies consistency. A miracle may break pattern, but not. Okay, so a miracle. So let me just understand what you're saying. So a miracle will break a pattern, but there is a consistency to a miracle, and that is why a miracle can happen. So, in other words, even though from a human point of view, we can see it as illogical, it doesn't make sense, but from God's perspective, it is logical because what he exactly did was he brought on a miracle, which was a break in pattern, and that is why it's logical. Does that sum it up, or am I like off track? So okay. So saying okay, J being the only one was filtered, and M being okay. So interesting. So for whatever reason, if you say that Jesus is a prophet or Muhammad is a false prophet, it's going to delete it. So because, and I'll say this, and I have to be careful, because that is going to be considered as hate speech and false misinformation. It is. That's what the bots are going to see that. Did that come through? The last thing you said, Kaz, was prophet. So anything else you said after prophet, it did not come through. Yeah. So if you say anything like the name G, that's why I said be careful if you say Jesus. If anybody just wants to put the word J, that's fine. We're going to know it's Jesus. If you're saying anything about M, Muhammad, it's going to completely Angel's like, I love we have free speech. Meantime, we can't even put it in a sentence because TikTok doesn't want us talking about this. And I have to be careful with my green light because I know it's like, so if you're talking about Jesus, use J. If you're talking about, okay, I believe Jesus is the only way to get to heaven. Okay, that came through. Yes, Jesus is the only way to get to heaven. I was watching a video about this. And I don't know what verse it is, but basically it was talking about the way to get to heaven is through me, meaning through Jesus. So if you want to get to heaven, it has to be, and I think it says, I am the way. I am the way. And the video was talking about it, which I thought was interesting. It was talking about how that can be misinterpreted in some way, that Jesus didn't want you to be a slave as a follower. He was the way to show you that I am Christ. I'm going through to heaven just like you can get to heaven as well. So, I mean, it gave an interesting perspective. I don't know. We still haven't gotten to Jesus yet. I know bits and pieces of it, but I do understand from this perspective, from the New Testament perspective, if you want to get into heaven, you have to follow Jesus. I am still waiting at this point because, like I said, we do have moments of God taking them, but I'm still waiting for people to actually get to heaven. Ezekiel had a dream of heaven, but as of right now, we don't know about the afterlife or the eternal as of right now. And if what everybody's telling me is correct, where Jesus is going to come back and try to collect Moses and try to collect other people, Abraham, then that totally confuses me because then that's telling me that Jacob's ladder. Did I say Ezekiel's ladder? I don't know why. Wow, I don't even know why I said Ezekiel. Ezekiel had the wheel, but whatever. I'm sorry, Jacob's ladder. Thank you, Jacob's ladder. I don't know why I said Ezekiel. Please forgive me. But if what you guys are saying is true, that Jesus is going to come back and take like Moses and take Abraham, who raised the dry bones, Ezekiel or Elijah? I don't know. It makes me wonder if heaven is a concept that comes into fruition from the New Testament. I don't know. That's just a question I have. We're not there yet. So I just want to know is if coming into the kingdom of God and coming into the kingdom of heaven, is that something that actually comes into play later on? So, and that's a good question. G is never left. G is us, never left. He hid the DNA. Okay, Ezekiel. Angel says Ezekiel, Sarah says I. 21. All I have to say is you would have been interested in the first part of this conversation. We had a complete science lesson. Interesting enough, and I mean I'm not going to go in that, but the helix structure, DNA is a double helix structure. In regards to what we were talking about earlier with the anisotropy, with the vortex helix structure of the sun going through the universe, it's interesting how that theory mimics DNA because that's the exact pattern the sun is making through the universe is a helix structure, which DNA is a double helix structure, which is two pillars rather than one. So just an interesting point that they made that assessment about DNA. He went to the Valley of Dry Bones. They had been there for a while. 21's laughing already. Sorry. And see, you don't even know what's going on, 21, but you're... I trust Angel's knowledge over my own. Okay. Hello, Michelle. Welcome to the show. Okay, so Google fundamental laws of logic. The law of identity. Okay, you know something? I will do this. I will be honest. I never took... There's two classes that you would laugh at me that I totally regret for never taking in school. I never took a logic class, and I never took a philosophy class. And I don't know why. Philosophy would probably be right up my alley. I've never taken a philosophy class, and I've never taken a logic class. So, all right. So, laws of logic, identity, non-contradiction. And you know, so like I said, I love learning about this stuff. And then excluded middle. All right. See, I have no idea what these terms mean. So, but yes, I will read about that. I appreciate that. I sent you a picture of the black hole sun. Are we talking Soundgarden here? He spoke to them and watched their bodies knot together from the inside. Oh, have a good day, Michelle. Thank you so much. They help clarify the point that I'm trying to make. No, I appreciate it, RG. I always like to look at different things. So when people tell me stuff, I do read and I do get to it. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but all right. So we are the children. Made me feel like that. Thank you. Okay, I think. Oh, you sing "We Are the World." We are the children. Now I see what you say. We are the world. Oh, you guys are making me laugh. I'm sorry. We are the ones to make it brighter. So, you know something? Back to my... Wait. I'm going to... It's me. We are the world. We are the children. We could be together and different at the same time, but no, our world is this: divide, division, hatred, separation. If we can only become this, we don't even have to become this. This is more personal. This would be as a whole, because with this is our personal connection to whatever is our higher self, our higher being. But if we could take our higher being self and come to the fact that each and every one of us have a different point of view, but we could still be together, then yes, we can be the world. I'm sorry. Okay, I got what I was saying. I got it. Thank you. Okay, now we have been on for 2 hours and we have only gotten 2 lines in. Isn't that amazing? So, you know something? I mean, this is where I want to say, like, hallelujah. I want to read this again. I want to read this again. And hopefully, with all the junk, yes, that's the point. I'm reading this again because hopefully, everything I said can now come into your mind and your mind be blown at the fact of this miracle with all that we talked about. So, let me read it again. Joshua 10:12. So we are on Joshua 10:12. So then spoke Joshua to the Lord that day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun and moon stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. It is not written in the book of Jasher. So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down the whole day. Okay, so there's the miracle. The sun stood still. Now, I don't know this answer. What is the book of Jasher? I didn't even look that up. So I just want to see real quick what that is. What is book of Jasher? I mean, is that a one of the banned texts or something like that? Okay, so the book of Jasher, also known as the Book of the Upright One or the Book of the Just, is a non-canonical text referencing the Old Testament. It is considered a lost work with no known copies today. The book is thought to contain Jewish legends from the creation of humanity to the conquest of Canaan under Joshua, although scholars suggest that it did not exist before 1625. Additionally, it may have been a collection of Hebrew songs and poems praising Israel. Okay, so I didn't know what the book of Bashar is. I didn't know what that is. Jasher, I'm sorry. So obviously, there's twofold problems with what I just read. Okay, so just hear me out. So now, one, if it didn't exist before 1625, then that would mean that the book of Jasher was added to the Bible when King James translated the Bible from Greek to in 1611. Yes, because 1611 was when King James translated the Greek and the Hebrew. So it was the translation of Greek to Hebrew into English. Okay, so that's problem number one. Number two, okay, let's say that this did exist. This is a book. So this book is going on not during this time, but it's a little after because it's describing the conquest of the Canaanites. And as of right now, we didn't necessarily destroy them all. We're still in the process of destroying. So if the Jasher is a book that's describing history, it's going to be something after this stuff is written. It was never added by King James. Okay, yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to say. It's not in modern days. Now, something that I was reading interesting. Why am I forgetting who it was? Was it Issues or was it? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I do forget people's names sometimes. I believe it was Issues. It was something that they were writing in regards to, and I wrote them a response. It was about discernment. I believe it was Issues. If it was somebody else, please correct me. But I wrote on their personal page because I watched one of their videos on discernment. And one of the things I said was, I do have a problem with discernment because one of the points in the video is that people will constantly fight about interpreting what is being said here. And I says, well, wait a minute, which that's exactly what we're doing here. We literally are doing here. I says, wait a minute, I have another layer to add to this. So I had to look this up. I'm going to just share this with you real quick. Okay. So my question was, how many versions of the Bible are there? Because we already know we have King James, we have the new NIV, we have the People's Bible, I have the Cowboy Bible, I have the Slaves Bible. There's different versions. So I want to know how many versions of the Bible there are. When you look it up, Google tells me 450 versions. So you mean to tell me there are 450 versions of this thing that is completely different that I have to choose from just to even start off with before I even get to what it says inside. And we already know, like, the Ethiopian Bible has 88 books. The Orthodoxy Ethiopian Bible has 81 books. The King James has 66 books. The Catholic Bible, I believe, had 73 books. So, in other words, which Bible do we even start with to start reading and then to start discussing what it now says within the Bible? Which one is the most accurate one? And that is a question that could blow your mind to begin with. Okay, so let me keep going. Okay, so it was never added by the King James. 16, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1611 was King James, and they're saying that, what was the year that I gave? 1620. 1625. So we're talking about only 13-year difference. So they're saying that the possibility that the book of Jasher didn't even exist until 15 years after, 14 years after King James even did his Bible. So it probably never was included in the Bible to begin with. You know, King James was a Catholic before he wrote and published the Christian Bible. Okay. However, I'm also going to say this. Not only was he a Catholic, he also published books on the occult. He wanted to leave his wife and marry. Oh, that I didn't know. He wanted to leave his wife and marry. He was baptized Catholic and as a baby, but became a Protestant later. Because he wanted to leave his wife and marry a man, there's a biblical chart you can find that shows what translations are closest to the original text. It was because his mother was Catholic and he was raised by Protestant tutors. But the King James Version condemns homosexualities. But it had to exist because Joshua references it. I disagree. He had his mother beheaded. Where? King James, if you're asking about homosexuality, we've already seen it a couple of times that a man or a woman should not lie. There's a couple of references. I could go back and look at it. I mean, you know something? I think I need to make alphabetical note cards so when we come up to a specific topic, I could pull it out and say, "Oh, wait a minute. Here's the reference. Here, reference." King James like boys. So that I didn't know. No, he didn't. It was the cousin who ordered that, not him. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't really know the story of King James. I just know that he also wrote books about the occult as well, which is kind of interesting because he's the one that translated. He, not him personally, but he caused the translation of the Bible to what we know now, and at the same time, he also wrote put books on the occult out as well. Okay, so Leviticus is the most famous reference. He was separated from his mother, but Paul expanded on it. Demonology. There we go. I said occult. Demonology. Absolutely. So he and his mother beheaded and wrote a book on demonology. All right, guys, you're going to laugh. We're going to take a short break. Guess where I have to go? I have to go to my favorite place, I gotta pee. I'm gonna put the live on hold. So take a break. I'll be back in less than like 3 minutes. So just give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Had to take a break. Okay, I'm back. All right, let me see what I miss. Okay, so he and his mother had his mother beheaded and wrote a book on demonology. How could he do that if he was separated from his mother as an infant? What happened to Josh? Well, I know. I want to get back to Joshua. we started going on the miracle, and then it went. So Joshua became Yeshua. Sounds like you need to come back up. Different Yeshua. The book of Joshua. When I left, exactly, we were reading, and I don't know how we got into the book. The point I was. Oh, that's how. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, what we were referencing. No, this is important. We were reading the book of Joshua, and in the Joshua, in verse 13, it makes reference to the book of Jasher. I don't know what the book of Jasher was, so that's why we looked it up. And now we were talking about what the book of Jasher is, because it turns out, and this is where it's interesting, the 1611 King James Version, they're saying possibly Jasher came into existence in 1625, which would have been 14 years after King James. So I find it interesting that if something was created 14 years after King James, then why is it being referenced in the books now? So it makes me wonder what is so special. And as of right now, the book of Jasher is called the Book of the Upright or the Book of the Just. And they don't know what it is because it's a lost work. But nobody knows what it says. So that's why we're talking about this, because we stopped in chapter 13 where it says, it is not written in the book of Jasher. So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down. So that to me is saying something very, very interesting. Actually, that's a good question. Does your copy say Book of Life or does your copy say Book of Jasher? I don't know what the Book of Life is either. So let me look at that. What is the Book of Life in the Bible? The Book of Life in the Bible refers to a recorded record maintained by God that contains the names who are already granted eternal life. It's mentioned in several verses in the New Testament. Okay, no, this isn't I don't think this is the Book of Life. Okay, so yours says Jasher. Okay, so that's what we were examining. We were examining is, okay, what is the Book of Jasher? And that makes it interesting, like I said, is if the book of Joshua wasn't created until after the King James Version, then why is it being included in here? Which tells me that no, it was created beforehand. And if it is, and when we were defining what the book of Joshua is, it was talking about the war with the Canaanites. So it was talking about, from the Canaanite point of view, the downfall of the Canaanites. That could be a very, very interesting perspective. So, in other words, we're reading the perspective of the children of Israel. We're not knowing. Oh, we're still on verse 13. We haven't stopped. We did 2 verses. We did verse 12, verse 13. Verse 13, which talked about the sun and moon stopping, also talked about the book of Joshua. So we're still on the same verse. Book of Life is where everybody names is written down if they've been saved. Okay, book of Joshua is not the book of life. Samuel 2:1. Let me write that down as well. So I want to do some research on the book of Joshua. And you're saying it leads to 2 Samuel 1:18. Okay, and then this one is Joshua 10:13. Okay. So yes, we're still on Joshua 10:13. That's the only 2 ones we've read. If Joshua is referencing the book of Joshua, it came way before King James. And that makes sense to me because, like I said, in 1611, that was King James. So how are they saying that this book came about after? So that would mean, one, either the books now added it in, or the book did come into existence and there's more to the story that we don't know. So if Revelations is mentioned in the book of life, the book of Joshua, I thought, was a lost book. It is a lost book. They don't know what happened to it. You think God only has certain names of people. Oh, but if the book of Joshua exists now, it's not. But as of right now, it's a lost book. It doesn't exist now. So at one point in time, it did. And supposedly, it was the Jewish perspective of the Canaanites, as well as Jewish songs and prayers. But it's not in existence. I'm going to guess that a copy of the book of Joshua is in the Vatican. I will bet money on it, but you know something? We're never going to know because the Vatican keeps all their books a complete and total secret. So that's I mean, the fact that it's even in here, I guarantee they have a copy of it. Okay, shall we go on? I think it's good to go on. Let's go on. We spent how long has it been? How long? 2 hours and 21 minutes on the same 2 verses. Okay, just for fun, I'm going to read them one more time just for the impact of the miracle, and then we'll move on. How does that sound? Okay, everybody's like, go, do it. I think it's probably on scrolls before 16, which is very well possible. It probably was either scrolls or maybe it might have been on stone tablets. All right, so just for the power of this, I want to read this one more time because the whole purpose of my ranting for 2.5 hours is simply as look at how great this miracle is, because just in these words, that literally means that he stopped the universe, depending upon what perspective of heliocentric, geocentric, or the helix vortex structure that you believe in. Okay, so then spoke Joshua to the Lord the day when the Lord delivered up on the Amorites and the children of Israel. He said in sight of Israel, sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. The sun stood still, the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. It is not written in the books of Joshua, ? Is it not written in the books of Joshua? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not go down the whole day. I'm just going to say one more thing and we don't have to go on. I mean, I'm going to go on, but one more thing. For me, this still tells me that the sun and moon may be a living entity, because if he's commanding these things, that means, because, I mean, if it was nothing more than a rock that had no conscience, that had no power, that had no life to it, and he says to a rock, I want you to stop. I want you to stop. The rock is not going to do it. I want you. There's no command to the rock, so it did. It absolutely tells me that the sun and moon are living entities of some sort. Maybe not living, but some sort of powerful object that he can command, and they have to obey. They aren't objects. They're even if they're plasma. I don't even. I mean, I know what plasma is, but what I'm saying is that there's some sort of thing that can be commanded. That when commanded would follow. So that's okay. But the sun and moon itself does not stand still because God caused. Wait. The sun and moon, they didn't stand still, or did they? The sun and moon itself did not stand still because God caused. Okay, so then I'm throwing this out. So then what happened? The people stood still? The earth stood still? What caused the sun and moon to stop? I sent a picture of the black hole sun in one of your posts before getting on here. Okay, I will look at it. I obviously can't look at it now. Sun and moon are plasma, not solid objects. That's science. We're talking science here, so that's good. Am I? Are you? Verse 14 says, okay, wait. I didn't read 14. And there was no day like that before it or after it. And the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Okay, so there never was a day or night ever like this, because at no point did the sun or moon ever stop. And that's why this is such a miracle, correct? Is that what we're getting at? Or are you trying to... Joshua told the sun and moon to stand still, and God listened, meaning he caused them to stand still. Okay, correct. I agree. Okay, so I am staying. So that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's not a miracle, or because I'm saying this is a miracle. This is a huge miracle. The sun and moon stopped. They were not moving. So the sun and moon did not make a choice to stand. Well, they were commanded. But what I'm saying is that if it was simply a rock, don't move. Move. Do something. It's not going anywhere. There's nothing in this rock that's going to cause a consciousness. So the sun is not living where they made the choice to God, made it do it to them. Okay, so the only thing I'm getting at is that theory that I had a while back about why this is one of my crazy theories, but I don't know if you were here or not, but that crazy theory I had the other day as to why it gets cold in the summer and why it gets cold in the winter and why it gets hot in the summer, even though the sun is closer in the winter but further away in the summer. There's an explanation to that. All right, so all energy. Okay, wait, hold on. But if you pick up that rock and move it, you did it, correct. But God didn't pick up the rock. God didn't pick up the moon and pick up the sun and said, stand still. He verbally commanded them to. So that's why I'm thinking that there was some sort of action of the moon and the sun that caused it to stop short. Or I could be wrong. I mean, unless it literally said God put his hand to stop the sun from moving and it stopped. That means he created a barrier, but instead he didn't create a barrier. He simply commanded it to, and it obeyed. But I mean, that's a different interpretation. Okay, so all energy, sun, Ra, father, moon, Al, moon, mother, positive, negative, brain is the same. It moved, but it didn't make a choice to move. They aren't rock. I know, I'm just using the example of a rock, that's all. People believe they're rock. I don't believe they're rocks at all. Am I saying the sun and moon had no choice whether or moved to stand still? They are not conscious beings who chose to obey Joshua. I question that theory. I really do. And the only reason, and I like I said, I'm not too sure if you were here, but the only reason I say this is what's interesting enough is when you go back to the Genesis, God created the sea creatures, created the fowl of the air, created the earth, created the heavens, created the sun, the moon. He created man. So he created the fruit on the trees. So in some way, everything that he created was some sort of living entity in their own ways. I know I get caught on in their image. I'm not going there. But what I'm saying is he created something that was some sort of energy, some sort of I'm going to stick with energy or some sort of movement to it, some sort of life. And this is where it could be logical or illogical. So it makes me wonder, the sun and moon are obviously moving entities. They obviously have some sort of energy. They give off to us, like the sun gives light, the moon gives light. I mean, I know people saying, oh, it's just the moon reflecting the sun, but the moon has its own light as well. Otherwise, we would never see the moon during the day, but that's another, we're not going there. But what I'm saying is, my belief is that perhaps maybe the sun and the moon are indeed a form of entity that he created that is harmoniously in conjunction with us. And in order for them to give off what they give off, they need to take from us as well. And there was this whole theory about energy harvesting of the sun and moon. So I know it's probably a crazy, but it was just something I threw out at it as well. So okay. What I'm saying is they're not conscious beings, like conscious like us, but they could still be living entities whose consciousness is a consciousness that we cannot comprehend. That's what I'm saying. Notice we only see one side of the moon every night. If we were spinning, that absolutely 21, you are correct. That is correct. But science will dictate that the reason is either one of two reasons. Either we are rotating at the exact same speed, that's why it's always, and even that doesn't make sense, or like they say, the moon is completely stationary. It revolves, but it's stationary to the fact that we're only going to see the one side. It's all energy. Polaris is the pole star. The moon also rotates at the same rate that it circles the earth. That one side. Okay, exactly. You just said what science is teaching us. The biblical references angels of this are in charge of that. He spoke everything into existence. Sun and moon move around Polaris, the North Pole. The land and water he created aren't conscious. Energetic, yes. Well, that's what I mean. Energetic, sorry, energetic has some form of movement to it. Who's to say that we do not understand the consciousness of energy? Because there's already been studies with that. So, for example, there was a study involving freezing of water when you give it different intentions. So, in other words, you have a glass of water. I'm going to start yelling at this water. I'm going to say, you're stupid. I'm angry. And I'm going to yell all negative energy at this water. And I'm going to yell at it. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to freeze it completely. And when I freeze it, after looking at it, an interesting phenomenon, it will create a different crystallized structure. However, if I say to this water, I love you, you're beautiful, you're positive, and give positive energy to this water, and you freeze it instantaneously, you are going to see how beautiful and harmonious the frozen structure is when you give different intentions to the water. Now, one could say that there's absolutely no life in water, but energy speaking, something is going on when you give intentions to something like water. So I think, if you don't mind me saying, Sarah, when it comes to energy, we don't necessarily understand the full potential of what energy does in regards to everything with the world around us. So I personally think that there is some sort of life, because water is the very thing that you need for life. And I do believe that there's some form of energetic power to it, and maybe some form of consciousness that we just don't understand. Science supports whoever is funding them. Yeah, I agree with that. We have to remember our sciences are just people's theories. And that's a very, very important thing, because even, dare I say this, gravity is a theory, not a law, which I had to laugh earlier on when we mentioned about gravity. I'm like, don't even go there. Don't go there. But yes, you have to look at the differences between a scientific theory and a scientific law, but ultimately it's all theory. I am the sky, it matters, words are energy. What song is that? I am the sky. Okay, I'm sorry. Power of life and death are in the tongue. That's very interesting. And I almost want to say the power of life and death are the tongue is that in amazing things is most of the time God spoke commands. He was the one that generated things simply by speaking them. Let there be light, and there was light. So it was only when he actually made man did he grip onto the dust and breath life into man. But most of the time, it's usually God's commands through words that have the power. We are 70% water, so is the earth. That's fair. Which is why there is an S in sword. The word. Ooh, I think I know where you're going. Not even going to say it. Okay. The Bible God's word is our sword. I almost want to say, I'm just going to ask one question, 21, and just answer it. Just the question is, in your respect, is S, what is the S word? You don't have to explain it. I just want to know what is the S in sword. Okay. Changing or adding a letter in a word doesn't enhance the word. No, I know sword. I'm specifically asking this to 21 because there's a reason he did what he did. I just want to know in that point of view. Oh, he's saying that the word is in. Oh, okay. Is that what it is? Okay. I was taking it differently that when you have the word, but you mix it with S. And I just wanted to know if he was trying to imply that S means like spirituality. Does S mean Satan? Does S mean severed? Okay, that's the word. Thank you. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I want to know what the S is because there was a specific reason. I just didn't know what that is. And that's why I didn't want to get into it. Okay, yeah, I do want to. So I understand what you're saying, 21. I just wanted to make sure. So severed. Okay. Late is not the. Wait, I missed that. Hold on. Late is not the same as rate. That is not the same as hat. I could be wrong, but I'll get back to you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because you obviously made the point. I will say, oops, I will say this, Sarah. Most of what 21 is going to say is going to be misunderstood. I guarantee it. And half the time, I can't even follow him. I do know I say that out of love and respect, 21, but yeah, just because words are similar doesn't mean that they are related. Absolutely, you're right. But when you look at our language, there is the belief that words, particularly when you speak them, have power. And when they have that power, they can create and manifest things. So sometimes it's very important what the words and how the words you say and why you're saying them, even if you don't understand the intention behind the words you use. All right, when it says the word of God is sharper, rightly divided, the word different Greek of okay, wait, fallen. And welcome to the show, Fallon. I know you came earlier. I didn't even say hello. You're gonna have to expand upon this. When it says the word of God is sharper, rightly dividing the word, different Greek word of. Okay, I appreciate you guys for letting me play. Well, don't consider this play. We're not here to be like goofed around or something. No, this is actually a really intelligent conversation. I mean, I'm enjoying this. Everybody's contributing, which is great. Just because word contains other words doesn't mean they're the same or do they have power. But they do have power. And even the power in, because I almost want to say, isn't there power in words? When we pray, there's power. When we rebuke, there's power. When we, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the word. I can't think of the word. Pray, rebuke, curse, condemn. I mean, all these different things. Okay, just because words. Okay. Oh, they do have power. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you said they do not have power. It's a verse. Yes, words absolutely have power. I read it wrong. I'm sorry. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Grammar comes from grimoire. What does a grimoire mean? Words cast spells. That's why it's spelling. Yes, and that's where you're going to probably lose a lot of people, 21, when you start talking about grimoires. So I understand what you're saying, but instantly that's going to be seen as um, it's going to be seen in a negative light when you say that. The word of God is sharper than any sword, dividing bone from marrow. Okay, Kaz, is that a scripture as well? Because that's interesting. Dividing bone from marrow, like when you take marrow from a bone, that is the liquid that is within the bone. That's actually very, very difficult and very painful. Um, I almost want to. Okay, so Fallon says two different things translated as the same word: logos, reason, logic, Riemann. What is said? Words matter, I promise. Absolutely, I know it does. And you hit the nail on the head when you said everything came into existence because God spoke it. The words. There is power. I'm agreeing. Yes, into existence. If the name didn't matter, they wouldn't have changed it. And I think that's important. I'm just going to expand upon this. I still question, and please forgive me for questioning, if we actually do have the name of God. Elohim. So I could go up and down the list. Like Yahweh, Yeshua, Elohim, um, go on and on and on. I still wonder, do we actually have the real name of God? Or even with Yahweh, it's still being hidden from us. So that's a question I have. Words do have power. I'm reading. Yes, words do have power. I agree. In biblical Greek, the word is grammar. Grammar. Yeah. Babel is where Bible comes from. Babel means to cause confusion. Interesting, because we were making this point. Babel is the first time that the Lord cursed us with multi languages. So after the whole Tower of Babel, after he destroyed Babel, he says, okay, let's create confusion and divide them up so he created confusion. Now, the only question that I have, and I know this is going on a tangent, is once again, why would God want to create confusion among people? Wouldn't he want to bring the people together so that they all are under a same voice, a same language, so that they could follow his testament that he's given to his people? And that's why, and please forgive me for saying this, that's why I'm still thinking that these are stories of multiple gods, simply because the Lord is out to destroy everything that is affiliated with any other god. So any other god, you're not going to try to convert them. You're going to destroy them and destroy their history and everything that has to do with them. But yet, each time he destroys these byproducts of those gods, they keep coming back and they keep coming back. So it almost makes me wonder, what is bringing them back then? You could say fallen angels, that's fine. But it's like, even after Tower of Babel, Sodom and Gomorrah, the flood, the great flood, the children of Israel, wiping them away, like they keep coming back. So good point about Babel means confusions. Hebrews 4:12. Hebrews 4:12. Okay. Demons still flee with the name of Jesus. Bible literally means book. They keep kicking me. Did they kick you out of live? Don't kick 21 out of live. So please don't. I don't think they're doing. Are they kicking you out? Because of man's pride attempting to be like God. Actually, in biblical Greek, it's biblios, which is book. Babel is Hebrew word meaning confusion. And see, that's also a problem, Fallon. You bring up a good point. You have to remember the Bible was in three different versions: in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Aramaic. And even within those languages, you can have translation differences. So it's interesting where Babel comes in. One could say you're blabbering, you're babbling, and that's a form of words where you're just running on words. Your word salad. Greek is biblios, meaning book. Bible, book. I mean, it all comes down to Biblia is Greek for the books. We aren't, they are. This is my exact point. Just because two words are similar doesn't mean that they are related. Okay, Fallon says, yep, totally different cultures and everything. Exactly. And because they're totally different cultures, there is going to be some misinterpretations of what it is. So just because Babel and Bible sound similar doesn't mean they're anywhere near each other. But it could be the basis of modern words. They are kicking him out. We are. Who's they? That's what I'm not understanding. I mean, I'm just asking. Is anybody here kicking out 21? I don't think anybody's kicking him out. If the bots are, but the bots aren't in control of 21. I'm certainly not. So I don't know why 21 keeps going. But he's bringing up good points. He is. And I'm not trying to go there. I do want to go back to Joshua, though. Okay, but they are completely two separate languages. I often wonder. I just wonder. Okay, let me see. I'm just curious. Okay, so Babel is related to, and this is straight from Google, Babel is related to both books and Bible words. Babel is derived from the Hebrew word meaning to confuse. It's associated with the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. This story is found in the book of Genesis and symbolizes human ambition and divine intervention. Additionally, Babel is also linked to Babylon, a city later on that becomes symbolic and pride against. Thus, Babel represents a significant biblical narrative and intertwines in both literature and in books. I just want to see the etymology of. I'm just looking at something real quick. Okay, so Babel means gate of God, anointed, saturated through production, through divine appropriation. It is from the Sumerian meaning Babylon, gate of God. It is a verb, bala, means to mix with oil, into saturation. It is a noun. It's doing a whole bunch of Hebrew. I don't know what Hebrew, which means to drive, worn away. Related would be Abel, it's going through a whole bunch of. So Babel and Babylon belong to the same city. All right, so I think, yeah, okay. All right, hold on, let me go back. Perro in Spanish and peril in, correct. Perro, if I'm not mistaken, is dog, and peril is like suffering, I guess. Some people do use the Bible like a grimoire. Absolutely, they do. That's why I want to try to avoid that conversation, because that's not a good conversation for it. That's not. In Brimwell, West Virginia, some healers use the Bible like spells. The purpose behind the confusion was to restrain human rebellion and pride. Oh, Perro is bud, Perro is dog. Thank you. I had the right word, but the wrong word. So see, even that, Perro and Perro. Okay, so Babylonians did enslave Israel. Okay, so that's where that comes from. I'm just checking. I'm looking at a little bit of Hebrew here. Okay. All right, so all right. So just to backtrack where we were, because where does this come to? Because we're still on the same two verse. We came upon this because the question was, what is the book of Jasher? That's where this whole conversation comes, because I wanted to know what book are they talking about. So in verse 13, in this amazing miracle that he just looked, okay, I had never heard the book of Grimoire. Okay, Grimoire can be taken from a bad point of view. And what it is, it's a book of spells. It's usually, yes, it's a book. That's exactly what a grimoire is. So what it is if you are in pagan, occult, Wiccan, spirituality type things, you will have a personal book called a grimoire. And in the grimoire, you could write whatever you want to write in it. You could write poems, you could write spells, you could write prayers, you could write your thoughts. And what happens is, by locking it into a grimoire, it is bringing power onto whatever words that are in there. That's generally taken from a Christian point of view to be very evil. From that point of view, it's not. So that's why I'm like, I know what you guys are talking about, and I know how they're talking about it from the positive connotation. So we're not going to talk about it because that's going to get into a whole thing. But yes, it's totally going back to manifestation. You're right. But correlation is not causation, which I'm totally understanding. Two words, even though they sound the same, doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually related. But in some instances, words do have a meaning behind them, and that's why a lot of times you will see 21 say something like belief. Lie is within the middle. Television. Lie. They're telling a lie. And I mean, these are all things that where these words have come from that are so. Some sects of Buddhism have spells based on the Dharnas chapter of the Buddhist Lotus Sutra. Absolutely. Have you switched off Wi-Fi? I will say this. I noticed this yesterday and could be what 21 is having problems with. With this storm, I'm noticing my internet keeps flipping from data to Wi-Fi and it keeps going back and forth. So I really think that this storm, and I'm not even going to go into the theories about the storm, but yeah. Okay, that's exactly what I mean, because the word lie is in beliefs doesn't necessarily mean your beliefs are lie. It doesn't, but oh, what just happened? Okay, sorry. It doesn't mean that. However, there are people that do believe that. Okay, I had to switch off Wi-Fi and go to data. There's like a delay. One had nothing to do with the other, which I agree. But I'm just saying that's the point is there are people who do this. I'm seeing things again. Oh no, for whatever reason, it was like this weird glow just happened and I had to like shake the screen a little bit. So I I do too. You say I think it's imperative to question everything. The only problem with questioning everything is it leads to even more questions. And not only does it lead to even more questions, it leads into even more confusion. So I almost want to say, like, that whole rabbit hole thing. It's like, okay, Matrix, you're given red pill, blue pill. Do you really want to know? Or do you want to just stay? Either way, it's one of those things. It's like the road is once you start seeing a bigger picture that is potentially out there, you want to keep expanding, 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 and then you can get into total madness in regards to that because it's so expansive. So, oh, you say keep it simple too. Um, you seeing things. I think okay, you're just messing with me. And who does that? Satan. Yes, Satan confuses you. It does. He deceives by confusion and has more questions. Exactly. But I do believe on the same note, you should question everything because by questioning everything, once again, will solidify if you really have faith in what your belief system is. And that's why I think it's so important to question. I mean, the fact that I was questioning this stuff this morning about the heliocentrism versus the geocentrism, because really last night for me, I'm throwing out science and I'm thinking this is garbage because there are things that I see with my observable eye. There are things I feel. And what science is telling me, I mean, okay, science is telling me that it's going to take 225 million years for our sun with the rest of the planets to go one rotation around our galaxy. Okay, first of all, does that even make sense to you? Does that even make sense? How are they even doing that? Like, how are they even coming up with that number? To me, it's just they're literally giving information to answer something in order for them to pretend that God does not exist. And that's exactly what I'm going to say. That's what they're doing. They're giving information to completely eradicate that God exists. And that's my final statement. Jesus to ask questions. Keep it simple. Math. Yes, but even math has its flaws because there are things that cannot be proved in math. And eventually some of the things do come with proof, but it has to do with logic, reasoning. It also has to do with the illogical and ill reason in order to come out with a proof. So even math itself sometimes has its own flaws. However, math is absolutely the universal language. You can even boil this down, everything that is written here, into a mathematical equation for it to make sense. The only question is the interpretation correct? Because all you have to do as for life, look at the Fibonacci sequence. Start with that. Start with the Fibonacci sequence, and that alone is amazing. Okay. Math, right. Math is only one part of the existence. Exactly. But yes, it can be reduced down to math in some way. I mean, even the words on this page, if you did not understand this language, this can be broken down into a binary system. And as a binary system, that could be something that could universally be answered by everyone. So, okay. Joshua, you know what? The answer to all of this, I'm praying about it and trust what God tells. Yes. That, honestly, Kaz, I think that is the answer. That's why I'm saying that I literally threw out that and I'm believing this more than ever. I mean, this is I sound so crazy. I really do. I do. The Bible codes. Yes, there's codes in the Bible. So Fibonacci sequence. Spiral. Oh, if anybody wants a complete aside, I actually like the band Tool. Some people you could say it's demonic, whatever, but there's a band called Tool. They also do Perfect Circle, and they do oh man, I can't think of the next one. James Maynard Keenan. He's the singer of Tool. One of the things they did, it's a video on YouTube that it's taken from the Hubble Space Telescope, if you even believe in that. But it talks about his one song, Lateralis, and the entire song was a perfect Fibonacci sequence in its beat. So the fact that he knew all about the Fibonacci sequence and how he created this song through the Fibonacci sequence, fascinating. If you check out the YouTube video on it, the one with the Hubble state, it's Lateralis by Tool. It's just a very interesting study in the Fibonacci sequence. So that's just a complete aside. I'm sorry about that. All right, so no internet, no YouTube, no Reddit. I'm going to go straight to the source. Okay, so great. So the source is the Bible. So if that's the case, then this is a beautiful miracle with the sun standing still and the moon standing still. And we haven't even gotten past it because we've only gone 12, 13, and 14 in how many hours? In 3 hours. Sorry, guys. One of William's favorite bands, I can't stand Tool. You know what it is? Their songs are very, very long. I think they're very, very hypnotic. And I mean, you could really get into it, but a lot of their songs I can't listen to. But Lateral Perfect Circle, that was it. Thank you. Tool, Perfect Surface, Perfect Circle. But yes, James Maynard Keenan, definitely the song is Lateralis. All right, the source being God himself, who is not open to interpretation. And I think that's the problem. I mean, he's not open up for interpretation. It's just he made the Bible where it can be. And that's what it is we try to put our illogical minds, and this is what I'm going to say about illogical. We try to put our illogical minds into this to try to understand it, and that is why we can't even agree upon a lot of things that are said as a society. Yes, we want to go to the Bible, but we also have to take into consideration account translation, interpretation. Exactly. I do like Fiddle on the Drum by Perfect Circle. No, I can't even say it. Perfect Circle. I'm getting tongue tied by Perfect Circle. And that's about it. Pucifer. That's the other one. I couldn't think of the other one. So it's Pucifer, A Perfect Circle, Tool. All the lead singer is James Maynard Keenan. So he does all three bands. He's just, it's phenomenal and it's very, very hypnotic. Ask the Lord for wisdom and he will not rebuke you. And you know something, Kaz? That's what I wish for each and every time. And I think that was my fear about today. Like when I started this live, if you heard my prayer, I says, please do not let this go into confusion. I wanted wisdom. I wanted this to be, and I know we sort of went down the path. I'm hoping that we went away from that and that we did come to an understanding, because I think today was once again profound. But yet I don't want those enlightened moments that I'm getting to be because of distancing or making somebody feel ostracized or trying to bully or any. Those are feelings I'm not trying to put in this live. It's just, I think maybe my way to get to that was bad, but it's like the point I was literally trying to make is like, look what science teaches us. Look at look at what we were taught in school and what society has as a whole is teaching us. Now look at what the Bible is saying and how it's either the same, different. Oh, you're jealous of my shirt? Psychedelic? Ooh, Lateralis. Fibonacci sequence. I never even thought about that. Maybe that was a reason I had to wear this one. Um, sorry. But that was not my intention to derail the conversation. And I think we're at a point where things are better on track. But all right, let's go on. I think we need to go on. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so all right, 15. We're going on. I'm not reading the same thing over and over. I read it a couple of times. Let's just take a fact that 12, 13, 14 is a miracle. And somewhere in the line, it says it's not written in the book of Joshua, which I want to say, why was that even thrown in right there? So something's telling me, and this is a lost text, which we don't have knowledge of, but obviously there's some significance to the book of Joshua that we will never learn about. But the book of Joshua is the story from the Canaanites' point of view, the city that they're about to destroy, if they haven't already destroyed the whole thing. But let's see what happens. So, 15. And Joshua returned to all of Israel with him unto the camp of Gilgal. But these 5 kings fled and hid themselves in the cave of Makkedah. And it was told by Joshua, saying, the 5 kings found hid in the cave at Makkedah. And Joshua said, roll great stones upon the mouth of the cave and set men by it for to keep. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, he's telling them to trap them in the cave by rolling the stones in front of them. That's what I'm saying. So it says, roll great stones upon the mouth of the cave and set men by it for to keep them. Yeah, to keep them in the, okay, to trap them in. And stay ye not, but pursue after your enemies and smite the hindmost of them. Suffer them not to enter into the cities, for the Lord your God had delivered them into your hand. Okay, so now you're going to trap the 5 kings in the cave, and then you're going to go after their men and have a killing spree. And just kill them all. Kill them. Leave the kings alive, kill the rest of them. And it came to pass that when Joshua and the children of Israel had made the end of slaying them with a great slaughter till they were consumed, and the rest remained of them entered into the fenced cities. Okay, so now they were going their way. They trapped the kings there. They got the men. Now they're up to the walled city. So once again, they're going to destroy a city. And all the people returned to the camp to Joshua at Makkedah in peace. None moved his tongue against any of the children of Israel. Then said Joshua, open the mouth of the cave and bring out those 5 kings onto me out of the cave. Okay, so now he's going to be he's like, we're going to be talking to these 5 men. Let's see what he has to say. And they did so. He brought forth those 5 kings onto the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. And it came to pass, when they brought out those kings unto Joshua, that Joshua called for all the men of Israel, and said unto the captains of the men of war, which went into him, come near, put your feet upon the necks of these kings, and they come near and put their feet upon the necks of them. Put your feet upon the necks of them. Oh, and they put their feet up. Okay, so basically they are pushing them to the floor, and then they're going to literally put their foot on the back of their neck. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta. Sorry about that. You know what I'm thinking? Okay, the only way to describe this is if anybody has seen the movie American History X, and that horrific scene with putting his. If anybody knows what I'm talking, but just the idea of how powerful it is when you subdue somebody and put your foot upon their neck, as to how that totally immobilizes somebody. So I'll just say it that. Okay, so put your feet upon their neck. And Joshua said unto them, Fear not, nor be dismayed. Be strong and of good courage, for thus shall the Lord do all your enemies against whom you fight. And afterwards Joshua smote them, and slew them, and hanged them on 5 trees. And they were hanging upon the trees until evening. And it came to pass at this time of going down of the sun, that Joshua commanded, and they took them out off the trees, and cast them into the cave where they had been hid, and laid great stones in the cave's mouth, which remain until this very day. Okay, so what that's telling me is these 5 kings, their bodies are in the cave, their stones are up, so it became their burial place. What's interesting is the sun didn't come down until after the kings were dead. And also, they instantly killed them all. So Joshua smote them all, slew them, hanged them on 5 trees, and they were hung upon the trees until the evening. Okay, let me go on. I'm just making sure. Did we lose everybody, or am I frozen, or... Okay. No, I'm going to keep reading. Okay, Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees and cast them into the cave where they had been hid, and laid a great stone in the cave's mouth, which remains until this very day. Chapter 28. You're still here. Just making sure. I thought we lost people for a minute or I was frozen. I wanted to make sure I didn't lose connection, because I still see it in the corner. It like keeps switching from internet and non-internet. So, oh no, that's fine. Do chores. Hey, I'm blabbering on. What's going to happen is I'm probably going to finish this chapter, and then I'm going to have to do chores myself. But I just wanted, because I think today was an amazing. It's so every time is an amazing show. But let me keep going. And that day Joshua took Makkedah, and smote them with the edge of the sword. And the king, therefore, he utterly destroyed them, and all the souls that were therein, he let none remain. And he did it to the king of Makkedah as he did to the king of Jericho. So basically, they totally obliterated all of them. Everybody's dying. Everybody's dead. There's no souls, which that was the question. Are we talking about eternal souls? No, they're referencing it to a person. So no person remained. Then Joshua passed from Makkedah, and all of Israel with him, unto Libnah, and fought against Libnah. And the Lord delivered it also, and the king thereof, in the hand of Israel. And he smote it with the edge of his sword, and all the souls were in thereof. He let not remain in it, but did unto the king thereof, and he did unto the king of Jericho. And Joshua passed from Libnah, and all of Israel with him, and unto Lasher, and encamped against them, and fought against it. And the Lord delivered Lasha into the hand of Israel, which took it on the 2nd day, and smote with the edge of the sword, and all the souls were thereon, according to all that he had done. So basically, this is the repetitive nature, where it keeps repeating. He's going from city to city to city to city, doing the exact same thing. So that's why it seems like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. He literally is doing the exact same action. Then Horam, the king of Gezer, came up to help Lachish, and Joshua smote him and his people, until he had left them none remaining. And from Lachish Joshua passed on to Elon, and all of Israel with him, and they encamped against him, and fought against it. And they took it on that day, and smote it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls that were therein he utterly destroyed that day, according to all he done in Lashan. And Joshua went up from Elgon and onto Israel unto him, and onto Hebron, and fought against them. And they took it and smote him with the edge of the sword, and the king thereof, and the cities, and the souls thereof. He left none remaining, according to all he had done that day, but destroyed it utterly, and all the souls that were there. And Joshua returned, and all of Israel with him to Debir, and he fought against it. Okay, so most of Joshua is history, so it will be repetitive. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's literally going town by town by town, utterly destroying and killing everybody. So it's not as accurate as numbers, where we're giving numbers, but just try to imagine the scale of the amount of people, because this isn't just a little a tented area of locals. These are walled cities that are being destroyed and decimated. So we don't know the exact amount of people unless it is explained, but the magnitude of people that are being wiped off the planet right this moment, this is once again becoming a version of cleansing the world, so that once again the Lord can spread his. And that's why it makes me wonder. And this is the thing that really gets me. And I know you guys know my opinion about God and Lord being different things, and I'm going to stick with that opinion. But what really gets me is, why are we destroying everybody and not converting everybody? Also, an example that other religions lead to destruction. Yeah. So, but I mean, this was repetitive throughout. I almost want to say it throughout history. Is destructions usually happen in the name of religion, which is so sad if you think about it. So you can literally say that this is a precursor to the Crusades, because what they are literally doing is their own version of the Crusades. They are destroying these cities and these people and these religions in the name of the Lord, which is, that's what's happening. Okay, so I'm up to chapter 40. So Joshua smote all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the vale, and of the springs, and all of the kings. He left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. And Joshua smote them from Kadesh, even unto Gazba, and all the country Gershon, and unto Gibeon. And all these kings and their land did Joshua take at one time, because the Lord God of Israel fought for Israel. And Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, onto the camp of Gilgal. Okay, so hold on. The Crusades. Why do I want to say like 1500s? Let me just check just to get the exact date. But I want to say like 1500s. When did Crusades start? Oh, sorry, even before that, 1095. Oh, interesting, 1095. If you, which lasted until 1099. Oh, that is hilarious. Those are IRS tax forms. I'm sorry, 1099. Okay, so Crusades began at 1095, which lasted until 1099. They went on to continue to 1291. Okay, so 1095 to 1291. I don't know why I thought 1500s. So what am I thinking 1500s happened? That's why there was multiple crusades, but okay, so basically, let's just say 1096 to 1291, there was a series of different crusades. So we have 6 crusades, and the whole campaign was to try to eradicate Muslims. That was the whole purpose. They wanted to spread Christianity to eradicate Muslim. And the answer is, what happened? Technically, one could say neither side really won, because it was just a brutal war. But in the end, Islam survived, and pretty much when they took back the land, that's how Islam grew so strongly. So it was a war that there was no winner. Okay, so most of also example. Okay, Jesus had already been here during that time. Yes, yeah. So the Crusades. Oh, you're saying in this one? No, Jesus already came to the picture before the Crusades. So yes, you are right on that one. Um, wait, no, you said no. I missed what the no was. Oh, that's the difference. Wait, you mean the difference because they're trying to eradicate Islam, and in here they're trying to eradicate all the other religions? That's what I'm saying. I almost feel like this is a precursor to the Crusades because these people are acting. You're typing like you're. I'm sorry. What I mean is these are precursors because I find it the interesting correlation. These people are literally killing, destroying everything in the name of the Lord. That's exactly what the Crusades were doing. They were trying to destroy Islam in the name of the Lord. And the catch is they did not do it. They didn't win. Actually, nobody won. So, no, I'm saying the Crusades weren't justified because Jesus had already been on earth. That is correct. Yes. But these takeovers were ordered by God. Well, according to the Crusades, they were ordered by God as well. That was their belief. We are doing this on behalf of God to wipe out Islam and wipe out Muslims, that we need to do this. So the Crusaders could say the same thing, that that was their message that God sent them on this thing. So you can determine that, but that's what's interesting. God told Joshua to do all these. From the perspective of the Crusaders, God told them that that is what their quest is to go forth and clean this land of Islam, which is very interesting because even to this day, if there's any true religions that are really at war with each other, are still Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. I mean, those are the three main religions that are constantly at war with each other. So it makes it brings in an interesting thing. What I would think, and I mean, like I said, I can't, in my human mind, I can't determine what God's logic is. That's why I said it's all illogical. But my question really is, if this was the first time of the Lord's covenant, because from this perspective, these people that they're killing, they don't know about the covenant of the Lord. They know who the Lord is, but they don't necessarily know about the covenant that they created with the promised land. Then what it's telling me is that they should have been converted, not killed. Okay, because they had to go back to Ishmael and Isaac. Half brothers are fighting over their birthright, and the wrong brother technically got the birthright. If you look at it, I mean, even biblically, it was wait, Ishmael and Isaac. Wait, I'm thinking Esau. Hold on, Esau and Jacob. Those are the two that I'm talking about, right? Um, Esau is the one. Okay, I know I'm getting the brothers confused, and I just want to make up the one where the father was blinded and gave his blessing to the wrong son because the son was being manipulated, and the mother put the hairiness of the ram or something so that the father who was blind can feel him and feel that he was hairy, even though the voice didn't match. So that's Esau. Okay, yeah, Esau have okay. Esau have up his birthright, it wasn't taken from him. You said Esau gave up his birthright. I want to say it was taken from him because his brother lied. Because he actually was the firstborn, but the brother lied and deceived through the mother, and the blessing was given from the father. But it was also prophesied. So Abraham was promised a son, and he didn't wait on God's timing. Esau was Jacob's brother, Ishmael was Isaac's brother. So he went to Hagar and Ishmael. That's where Islam comes from. Okay, so Islam comes from Ishmael. So that was the other side. Okay, that was the blessing. The birthright Esau gave up for a bowl of soup. Then he waited in God and he said Sarah had Isaac from that line where Jesus came. Jacob lied and got the blessing, but Esau gave up the birthright willingly. Okay, so that's what I mean. I mean, that whole story, I want to say, yes, he gave it up willingly, but he also tried to fight for it because when he went to his father, he's like, but I'm supposed to. And he's like, the father's like, well, it's too late. I already gave the blessing to. Oh, they're different stories. Is that what it is? Okay, so wait. Okay, so the blessing and birthright were not the same thing. Okay, so I'm getting the two stories confused then. Is that what it is? Or am I saying the two things? Blessing is a spark. Okay, please forgive me because I think I might be mixing two stories together. Which is the story of, like I said, there was two sons. One was supposed to be the oldest, one was supposed to be the youngest. The oldest one was supposed to get the blessing, but instead he did not get the blessing because the younger one lied with the mother, lying, not lied, but lied with the mother and pretend. Okay, we're talking two different stories. Okay, I think I'm mixing the two stories together. So that could be what the problem is. But they coincide because Jacob became Israel. And yes, we're talking about two different stories. Okay, so my head, I'm getting two different stories. Okay, one thing at a time. Okay, all right. So both. All right, so that's why I'm getting confused. Okay, so the story where the brother lied about the birthright, was that Esau and Jacob, or was that Ishmael and Isaac? Okay. Okay, okay, so Jacob and Esau was the birthright issue, correct? And then Isaac and Ishmael is the giving up the birthright. Is that what we're talking about? I'm getting confused. Which one's which? I'm getting confused. No, is it the other way around? You know what it is? It's like I know the two stories. I just want to know which story is the one where, like I said, the father gave the blessing to the wrong child and there was no redemption for him. So if the father gave the blessing to the wrong child, was that Jacob and Esau, or is that Isaac and Ishmael? Okay, so that one. A birthright, right? A birthright is an inheritance, but that's what I'm trying to say. In that story that I'm saying, the person whose birth, okay, so that was Jacob and Esau. So in the story of Jacob and Esau, the birthright should have gotten the blessing but didn't get the blessing due to lies. Now in the other story, which was Ishmael and Abraham, in that story the brother was like starving to death. He was dehydrated, so he gave up his birthright in order to get fed and in order to get the soup so that he wouldn't be dying. Is that correct? Because he was out. He came back. He was very dehydrated. He was very hungry, and basically, he's like, he could have given him the soup, but instead, do you give up your birthright for food? And that's exactly what he did. So that's okay. My mistake. I was getting the two stories confused. So please forgive me. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So wait. So now you're telling me that Esau was also the soup story? Why am I confused? I feel like I need to look this up. Okay, so so wait a minute. So okay, so then what is the story now that we're talking about? Okay, so if Jacob and Esau is the story of the soup and the story of the blessing birthright, then what stories are you guys talking about? Esau gave up his birthright. Jacob went on to become Israel. Okay. A blessing is spoken word over you. Jacob stole that because his mom lied to his father. He was hungry. Okay, so we're still talking about Esau and Jacob. Okay, so then what is the other story we're talking about? Oh, you sent it. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm definitely getting confused with the story. I'm bringing you up now. Maybe you could just, because I'm getting two stories. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what Sarah is talking about is Abraham. Go all the way back to Abraham.
Okay.
Okay. Abraham was promised all of this land through his seed, right?
Correct. Yes.
But what he did, he didn't trust that promise. So Sarah told him to go lay with the maid or whoever,
right.
which was Hagar.
Okay. Yes.
Hagar had Ishmael.
Okay.
And then Sarah got mad about the whole thing and sent Hagar and Ishmael away.
Okay.
That is where the Muslim religion comes from.
Okay. So that's okay. So that
then,
okay, go on.
So then God made good on his promise, and Abraham had a son with Sarah. That's Isaac. Okay. And then Isaac is where we get the line of Jesus from.
Okay.
So what Sarah's going back to, I don't know if this was mentioned in the whole thing, but she said it yesterday. The reason that the Muslims don't talk about Jesus, but they do talk about God, is because they're two separate family lines.
Lineage. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Right. Okay. So Jacob and Esau was Isaac's children.
Okay. So,
Isaac had, did they have the same mom?
So it's not the Hagar.
No, they were twins. They were twins. Yes.
They were twins. Yes.
So Esau came in one day from hunting, and he was so hungry.
Right.
And Jacob was making soup, and he said, "Will you give me your birthright for a bowl of soup?" That's his inheritance. That's all of the land, all the money, all the everything that Jacob is going to pass on. That Isaac is going to pass on to him. Okay. So Esau was like, "Yeah, you can have it," which is why Jacob got the inheritance, not Esau. The blessing is a different thing. The blessing is an entirely different concept. When Isaac was dying, Jacob's mom told him to lie to his father and put on the goat's fur and all that and go and pretend to be his brother so that he could get the blessing.
So the blessing is not the inheritance then?
The blessing is not the inheritance.
Okay. That's why I was getting confused. Okay, I had the understanding that the blessing was the inheritance. Okay, so that makes sense.
I had to Google it one day. I still don't understand the story, but I know the inheritance is somehow it's the physical ownership of what Isaac had. That now belongs to Jacob. The blessing that he got was, you could go back and read what the blessing was. And for some reason, once that blessing is spoken, it can't be spoken again.
It can't be unspoken.
So that is what Jacob stole.
Okay. All right. So pretty much I was getting the names confused, but two of the stories were actually combined into one story because I thought the soup instance was completely different than because I was getting confused with blessing versus the inheritance. Now, we never defined, because I remember this each time it came up, because a couple of times a blessing was given to a person for whatever reason, for different reasons. And I kept saying, well, let's stop here. What exactly is the act of blessing? Is it simply, or is it actually something that is spiritually or energetically or physically moving from one to another? Because if it was just merely words, then one could say, I rebuke those, I disavow them, I do this, and simply do those words. But in these cases, biblically speaking, once you said the words, you can never say them ever again. You can never do that blessing over again. So that's why my question was, what is the impact and implication of what a blessing actually is? Which we don't know. There's no answer to it as of right now.
Well, there's an answer. I just don't understand it. But when when I looked up the difference between a birthright and an inheritance, a birthright and a blessing,
Mhm.
it made sense what I was reading. I just can't remember specifically what I read,
Okay.
except for they were not the same. And then the inheritance was what belongs to the firstborn.
Mhm.
When back in those days, your firstborn got a double portion of whatever you gave to everybody else.
Okay.
So, like, if you had 2 sons, your firstborn gets 2/3 of everything.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
the secondborn
Sorry.
gets 1/3 of everything you own, all your cattle, all your land, all your everything else. So what should have been Esau's, because he came out first, went to Jacob. So Esau got this little tiny portion over here, and they became the Edomites. They became I'm not sure the history, but I know when it talks about Edomites, that's Jacob's family.
Okay.
They're cousins.
All right. So
Because somewhere it says to not attack them because you're related to them.
okay, because I was going to say they are not on the list of destroying. So
Yeah, it says to kind of leave them alone.
that's why I said if you look at the history that he keeps repeating, these certain people he wants completely eradicated, and that's why I find that interesting because I would say why eradicate them and just convert them. So
because they are so far in left field and doing the wrong things and completely corrupted that they're never gonna see the error of their ways. They're never gonna come over to the side of the Israelites. So just destroy them all and be done and take their land, because they're also inhabiting the land that belonged to Jacob to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
When Jacob and everybody were taken into slavery in Egypt, all of these people came along and took the land that belonged to Jacob.
And he was in
then they
captivity.
just did all these wrong things, and they did it all wrong. So now that it's time for them to come into their own, they have to get rid of all these people.
Now, Sarah says, and I'm not going to say the names, but we know those names. The only thing that it's not necessarily spinning on it, but it is actually a possibility, is these people were worshiping these gods. And it makes me wonder from their perspective, was there actually a connection lineage-wise to these gods? And that's where this is all coming as to why you need to completely destroy them, because you are actually destroying that's why they're at the point of no return, is because we want to eradicate this history. We don't want these to keep coming back into play. And the problem is, even after all this time, they keep coming back into the picture, which makes me wonder, okay, is that a demonic force? Is it fallen angels? Is it the gods themselves are keep reemerging each time that they're being eradicated?
You like doing your deep dives. If you want to get really, really into it, you can write down the names of all of these people that they're eradicating and trace it back to where they came from.
Right.
Trace back where the Hittites started, where the Amorites started. You can go back and look and see where they started at, and it will take you back to one of Noah's sons. They're Ham is the one that was cursed, and he's the one that ended up over Egypt. We don't know where Japheth ended up, but they're talking about that he ended up in Northern Europe or something like that.
Okay.
But if you go all the way back to where they came from, they'll be connected to some sort of idol worship.
Right.
If they didn't have Moses standing right behind them saying, "Don't do that," who knows what they got wrapped up in?
Right.
And Satan said, sorry, Sarah. Sarah says,
Satan said that. It's okay. It's all right.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Sarah. Like Sarah said, they could have been fallen angels. They could have been
demons, fallen angels, demons. And
they could have been fallen angels. They could have been demons. They could have been somebody that that they made up, like the golden calf. The golden calf was completely made up. They just put all this gold together, made a calf, and said, we're going to worship this now. It wasn't a specific demon or fallen angel or any of that was like, I want you to turn me into a calf. They did this themselves. They took it upon themselves to make this calf and worship this calf. But then there are demons like Moloch and Baal and all of them who are actually false gods, who are actually demons, who did exist to sway these people
Right.
into believing and worshiping them. So I think it's kind of either or, but there's no telling what
Right.
all of these other people are doing in their spare time, because we don't have that story.
And
We
that's
don't have the story of the Hittites.
and that's part of that story of Joshua that we just read in part 13. That book we have no knowledge of. Obviously, historically, it is an actual book, but it's hidden, it's lost. We don't know it. I bet you the Vatican has it, but you know what I mean? It's like it's lost.
Yeah.
And there must be a reason behind it. And it makes me wonder, okay, what is in there? Even if it's not the canon of the scripture, what is in there that possibly could explain things? So we don't know if conversion was attempted. Well, no, it obviously wasn't attempted, Sarah, because he's literally saying you are going to these cities and you are completely destroying everything. And not only are you destroying everything, the only thing that you're keeping is the gold and silver and brass for the offering for the church. Other than that, you're to destroy all the animals, everything that breeds, and that's why in the previous chapter, they ended up stoning the entire family, because they ended up taking some of the gold and stuff, and they took the robes. It was the Babylonian robes, and hid it underneath the tent, and they were punished for that because they left a remembrance of this city. So I almost feel like, and forgive me for saying this, why that was so significant is I feel like they had a demonic marker upon these robes that by taking them and bringing it back, it did not kill the power of the city that they wanted to. So it allowed that force to keep on going, because obviously something keeps happening where these religions or these worshiping of these demons keeps coming in play over and over and over again. It keeps happening.
But for like what Sarah said, God would know. God would know if he had attempted to convert them. God would know if he had a prophet in their midst. God would know, just like with Rahab, if there was somebody in that tribe, in that town, in that whatever, that was redeemable, that was convertible, and if he didn't find any, then he gave the order to destroy them.
Lost you.
But it could have been something like the Pharaoh or Nebuchadnezzar or whatever, where their pride was so great that they worshiped themselves. You haven't got to Nebuchadnezzar yet, but he's a whole, he's a king who wanted everybody to worship him.
Okay.
And the people that refused to worship him were punished. That's where we get Daniel in the lion's den, because Daniel refused to stop praying. Right? Is that right? Nebuchadnezzar is Daniel, right? Sarah?
I'm going to say yes.
Because they said that, I think vegetables were involved, but they were only allowed to pray to Nebuchadnezzar,
She said yes.
who was just a human king. He was just a human person who had this massive statue of himself built. Okay, cool.
False idol. Worshiping
he
a false.
ordered everybody, if you're going to pray, you're going to pray to me. You're going to worship me. And Daniel said, I'm not doing that. Daniel said, absolutely not. And so Nebuchadnezzar had him thrown into the lion's den. And then God, knowing that Daniel was faithful, knowing that why he was there, shut the mouths of lions. He was in there all night and the lions didn't even bother him. And then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they were thrown into the fiery furnace because they refused to worship. And there's a whole story with that, which is really cool. That's a really cool story. But it's not always quote unquote false god worship or demon worship or what is it? My pastor called it my shack, your shack, and a bungalow. It's sometimes it was they were worshiping themselves, that they were leading their people into destruction, overall worshiping the wrong thing.
Are those the
And
vegetables? Okay, I'm missing
If
the
there was
vegetables.
one person, all those vegetables. If there was one redeemable person, somehow he rescued that person, just like he did with Rahab. But if he ordered the complete destruction, God knows. God knew
that there's no redemption.
that town was not savable. Anyways, that's all.
Okay. No, I mean it's a really good point. And I mean I'm seeing so many different perspectives, but it also shows, I mean, like I said, the more I'm reading, it also shows the magnitude of the power of it. It really does. Oh, you're talking about VeggieTales? I don't watch VeggieTales, that's why I don't know. All right, what was there anything else, Kaz, or?
No, and my battery is dying, so kick me out of the chat because I
Okay.
have to plug myself in.
I'm gonna kick you out. Disconnect. There we go. Okay. Did I finish? I know we were talking. I don't remember if I finished. I did finish, right? We're gonna start chapter 11. All right. You ladies tell me. Do you want to continue with chapter 11, or do you want to just talk a little bit? But you know, I probably meant the Daniel diet. Daniel refused the king's meat and wine. So because he refused the king's meat and wine, he was thrown in with the lions and they refused to eat him? Is that what it is? You know, I had something to do with vegetable. See, my mind is automatically going into the bad end. So I think I am going to stop here. Wait, let me write this down. So tomorrow's episode is 78. Yeah, 78. We're still on chapter. Oh, we're going to go to chapter 11. Okay. Is that where we are? Chapter 11. Chapter 11 tomorrow. That's where we're going to start. But I don't have that. I mean, we can end it soon, but I'm not lying. Okay, so, and because he prayed, he wasn't allowed to pray. So even the act of praying caused that they wanted a show and they wanted to throw him in with the lions, assuming that the lions would kill him, but the lions never did kill him. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. One second, guys. Sorry, just had to check. Okay, yes, Nebuchadnezzar ordered everyone to pray to him, and Daniel refused. Okay, praying is what caused the lion's den. Okay, so they refused to pray. He got approval to only eat vegetables and came out stronger, which is interesting because vegetables are actually, depending on which vegetables, but vegetables are actually healthy. And I almost want to say it goes back to the fruit aspect, because originally in the garden, God only wanted them to eat of fruit. They weren't supposed to be eating of meat or eating of anything dead or anything like that. We were only meant to be eating fruit and only fruit. And then when they ate of the fruit of knowledge, they were cursed to eat of the ground. And eating of the ground is vegetables, sort of, is the vegetables. And some vegetables people have a lot of allergies to, your nightshades, your acidic vegetables. But then he opened up the doors where he allowed meats, but certain meats, fish, but not like shellfish. So they're pork out of the question, dirty animals. So there became the difference between clean and dirty animals, which is actually interesting. I will say this in regards to diet. I have been doing, I mean, I think that's another reason why my mood swings have been all over the place and I have to be careful. I'm actually going on, it's what, 11 days? No, 8 days? 8 days. It's 8 days now. Has it only been 8 days? Probably longer than. Okay, 8 days since I haven't had any sugar. I haven't had any pasta, no breads. I'm sticking to low carb. I'm eating a ton of vegetables. And I mean, okay, at first it was hard, but at the same time, it's much easier than in the past. It's been easier this time than the last times I've done it, because the last time it literally has been such a bad withdrawals. And this time the withdrawals have been, but the problem is I'm still having my up and down moments at night. So like last night was one of those moments, like I couldn't sleep. I was thinking too much of this. Have you felt fluish? That's normally, they call it the Atkins flu. Normally I used to experience that. No, I haven't experienced that at all yet. And I mean, I will say this, which I'm shocked about. And I mean, you have no idea. I mean, this literally is making me cry. Is the fact that my taste buds are starting to come back. And I mean, that in itself is amazing. I mean, to actually have to remember the taste of food strictly by its texture. And I mean, okay, it's not everything, but like for example, I ended up having I had a piece of steak with some vegetables. I couldn't taste anything, but I actually was able to taste like the meat in the meat. The vegetables still tasted like nothing, the salad tasted like nothing, but it's like, am I actually tasting this meat? Or and then I had to think of it, or as I'm just remembering it. But I still can't smell. So isn't that supposed to be the excess sugar leaving your muscles or something? You mean the flu part, or do you mean the taste buds? Because what happens with by me not ingesting sugar, what's going to happen is my body is going to start turning to fat instead of turning to sugar for energy. And literally, what ends up happening is my body starts eating the fat away just for energy. Whereas sugar, which is highly addictive, sugar, I will admit, is a drug. It really, really is a drug. And when you remove sugar from your diet, you will be like a drug addict. You'll go into headaches, confusion, tremors, tiredness, crankiness, fatigue. I mean, all these negativity come with purging sugar from your system. And generally, it's usually 3 days, 4 days, you're going to feel it. I'm now on my eighth day now, and I have to say the past 8 days have really not been bad. They really haven't. Oh, Sarah was asking how I know. Let me guess. Yeah, so when you cut off, it actually causes withdrawals. Have you cut off sugar? I mean, it's amazing how addicted we are to sugar. The first time I ate a Dorito, when I could taste it again, it was the greatest thing. Okay, I have to know, was it a Cool Ranch Dorito, a Nacho Dorito, or was it a different oddball flavor of the Dorito? Because I want to know, what was the greatest thing you ever tasted after I quit smoking? Oh, so quitting smoking, you were able to have Nacho Doritos. So quitting smoking. So if you don't mind me asking, Kaz, are you continuing with quitting smoking, or did you end up going back to smoking? Elliot, welcome to the show. You love Jesus. Well, oh, Sarah doesn't like Cool Ranch. Like your mouth actually watered it. So yeah, that's what happens. It's like, oh, you went back. Well, you know something. It's okay. It happens. I mean, I when I did the Atkins diets, I did it various times. I lost so much weight. I mean, there were times that I lost an incredible amount of weight. And you would think that would be more than enough incentive and motivation to keep it off. But the problem is, the moment I went off it, your body just rejects it and you balloon back up. And I have to say, now in my life is probably the heaviest I've ever been in my life. Like, this is at the max. And even, like I said, what broke my heart was when, because even Chris, I mean, I've only known Chris for a year. And even in 1 year time, from 1 year ago till now, I ballooned in a lot of weight. And I explained to him, I said, Chris, you have no idea how much weight I gained even before I met you. So the fact that he's at the point and he's like, look, I will love you. It's not the weight that's concerning me. It is your health that is concerning me. He says, if you're healthy, if you're not exhibiting problems and you're that big, I don't care. He's like, I'm still going to love you. He says, but the fact is, you are gaining weight. It's putting pressure on your heart. It's putting pressure on your lungs, your body. It's taking a toll. So he's like, Melanie, you need to get on track. And he's like, I will support you in any way. And one of the ways I says, fine, you want to support me? Then let's go on low carb. I says, I have no problem making you carbs because you're going to need it. He's the complete opposite. He's actually going to need carbs. So I have no problem making a dinner where I load him up with pasta and starch and meat and vegetables, and I just remove that from my portion. I have no problem with that. But that's the support I need from him, is like, okay, we need to do low carb. And that's what it is. You say you need carbs, people are completely different. I mean, his metabolism, I mean, you've seen Chris. I make fun of him because I call him with the chicken legs. His legs like are tight. I mean, okay, his legs are like thinner than my wrist. His entire leg. I'm talking about his thighs and everything. Like that's how, like, I could literally go up to his thigh and just wrap my hand around. That's how chicken leg is. He's so thin. He's incredibly thin for his height. And that's what's going to happen is he just, no matter what he eats, he can eat and eat and eat. And no matter how much I feed him, and he's constantly hungry. Like he just, and I even said to him, I'm like, he'll say he's hungry. And I'm like, Chris, we just ate. He's like, so I'm like, yeah. So for me, I'm the opposite. When I eat something, carb is a texture thing. I crave the rib sticking foods. I went on the carnivore for about 6 months and I was the healthiest. And so that's what it is. Carnivore diet is a low carb diet. I just had the hard time to sustain it with the rest of the family. And that's the problem I had, which is why I teased Chris. I said, Chris, guess what? You're not here for 3 weeks. The kids are gone. I'm going to be stacking up on foods just for me. And the funny thing is I filled up my fridge with all this healthy, low carb stuff. And I'm realizing there is no way I can even eat all this. Like I am shocked at myself. Like I had to pre-portion stuff out to freeze it because I realized this food is going to go bad unless I do something with it. And the fact that now that I'm getting on this track, I find that I'm eating lesser and lesser because I don't need as much food to sustain me. But yes, I haven't had any potatoes or starch or pasta or bread or sugar or sweets or ice, none of that stuff. And I mean, it's only 8 days. And I'm not saying that, well, yeah, this is going to be a lifestyle. And I do not touch peppers at all. Won't touch peppers. Absolutely won't touch them. Okay, so like steak and wait, oh, I missed it. Steak and ground beef and eggs and butter. I call it a dirty carnivore because I would throw some blackberries and avocado from time to time. Okay, so like for example, this morning, you know what I actually had? I had a tiny like it was that big. Like I almost want to say, what is that? Like maybe 2-3 ounces. So I had 3 ounce steak, and then I had eggs, and that's it. I had scrambled eggs, I had the steak, and I had my drink with me. And then for now, I've been drinking water, and that was my lunch. I mean, I'm sorry, that was my breakfast. I'm still full. It's 1:49. I mean, I will probably eat around 4 or 5 o'clock, and then that's it, because I'm only eating 2 meals a day. And if I do feel the need that I need to snack, I've got more than enough celery sticks. I've got, if I need be, I've got cheese sticks. I've got healthy vegetables. I mean, if I feel the need, I can eat something. But I'm just finding that I don't need a huge meal to sustain me, which is actually feeling great, sort of. I would throw in some blackberries, and see, I like avocado. I do. So where do you get fiber stuff? A lot of fiber is in the green leafy vegetables. So for example, when I do make a salad, I'll do like an escarole salad. I'll do like a spring mix. That's where you are getting some stuff. A lot of so like for example, like if I were going to do dinner tonight, I'm probably going to do like steamed chicken. I'll do some mixed vegetables. I'll do a salad on the side. I might do a scoop because I do like doing a small scoop of cottage cheese. I know that sounds weird, but it just gives it like some sort of balance to it. But the bulk of it is I try to have like vegetables, and I'll do little portions and it actually sustains me. So, but yeah, tonight I plan on doing steamed chicken. I don't eat vegetables enough, but once in a great while, I go on a tangent where I gorge on them. No, if Sarah is only eating meat, where do you get your fiber from? Oh, you're talking to Sarah on that one. Yeah, right now I don't even eat fruit right now. So that's me because fruit has too much sugar. Once I get past the 2 week mark, then I'm going to start incorporating fruit into the diet. You can get fiber from like nuts and seeds. You can get, but I have to be careful with nuts and seeds because I have a history of diverticulitis. So I mean, it's like with me, I'm doing like a modified version of keto and a modified version of Atkins, just based on what I can eat. I'm trying to stay away because the problem with the carnivore diet is you can get caught in eating nothing but bacon or pork. So one of the things I made a promise to myself was I actually wasn't going to get pork. So chicken, beef, fish. In fact, I can't wait to have the fish. I have this beautiful. I have salmon and I have tilapia, but I didn't do farm raised tilapia. I did fresh tilapia, which that's important. So, um, Sarah might not have heard the question, but you love eating meat, but not the grease. And me too. Like for example, when I cook steak, I don't like it bloody. But at the same time, I don't like it completely cooked. So it's like it has to have a nice. I don't like it that if you put the steak on it and you start watching the blood gush out. I hate that. Oh, you're being censored again. Sarah, I have no idea why you're being censored. Like, I have no restrictions against you, but I don't know what it is that you're being censored. Bacon gives you a headache, which is very well because bacon is pork and there are so much parasites in pork. I mean, I almost want to say this. This is why the Bible warns you against pork. It really is a dirty, they're censoring fiber. You're not allowed to say it. Or is it you're saying something that's misinformation? You know something I want to see. Is there a setting that I have against Sarah? Like, oh, you like pork but not red pork? Okay, what does that mean, red pork? Like, I don't know why. Yeah, I have nothing manage moderator access. Comment settings. Yeah, you have all the power to do everything. Yeah, I don't know why it's filtering you. I really don't. Okay, so you love pork chops but not ham. Okay, now I know what you meant about that. I was a little confused. I'm like, what do you mean about that? Uh with me, like I said, I'm trying not to eat pork. Every now and then I may have like a slice of ham, but I really do not like cold cuts. Like I really, really do not like for whatever reason when I have cold cuts, it gives me such a bad headache. So I don't know if it's the salt level in it or I don't know if it's but Sarah reached her word limit for the day. You are not allowed to speak anymore, Sarah. It's deleting whatever you have to say. I do have to admit, as far as bacon, I do love you saving the bacon grease and using that for cooking. And I mean, I know a lot of people don't do that. I my family never did that growing up, and that was something that was new taught to me with my ex because he flipped out when I threw out the bacon. What are you doing? I'm like, I'm throwing out the bacon grease. It's like it's garbage. And then he, can you see that emoji? It's a little poo. So yeah, he got mad at me for throwing out the bacon grease, and I learned that you can actually cook amazingly with it. So if I do get bacon, I try to save the bacon grease and use it for other cooking things. Yes, it's a little poo poo. What's being filtered? Everything's being filtered, right? Oh, my baby. You okay? Treasure's right here. She's yes, bacon grease is. I never knew that. I used to throw it out constantly. I never thought that you can cook with bacon. But at the same time, like I said, I don't want to overindulge in bacon. So this time around, when I went shopping and I bought so much stuff, Like I'm actually really proud of myself because I said to Chris, I'm like, Chris, I always thought that eating healthy was more expensive, and I always complained that we didn't have enough money to eat healthy. But I bought 3 times the amount of food that I no longer get for half the price. And I realized what the problem was is because I would get things for them. I would get the pre-packaged stuff. I would get the snacks for them. And I'm realizing it's not the healthy food that's expensive. It's loading up on the snacks for the kids, the pre meals that they could take with them, like you know what I mean, like the hot pockets or this and that. So I'm like, if I do away with all that stuff, because like for example, for me, hot pockets are the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted. Like I'm horrified by hot pockets, but the kids love them. So we get the hot pockets and I get them in the big thing. And I'm realizing if I don't buy the hot pockets, if I don't have the already made pizzas, if I don't buy the bite my tongue. What do you mean bite my tongue? Oh, you were going to go make beans today? But the point is, if I don't buy that expensive prepared already made stuff that are easy for them, oh, hot pockets. Yeah, I do not like hot pockets. No. No. So by me not buying that stuff, it made the grocery bill so much cheaper. I was able to get so many things. And instantly what I did was I pre-packaged it because instead of packaging it to feed a family of 4, I packaged it to feed a family of 1. And it never dawned on me what a difference that is to prepackage that way. So, like, for example, I ended up getting an entire tray of like chicken drumsticks. And all I did was took 2 at a time for myself, like 2 drumsticks, and I wrapped them up in, and I realized I'm like, okay, normally this entire box, like this entire package, is 1 meal for the whole family. But because it's just me, I'm able to get like 6 days of food from one package. And I'm realizing I have all this food left over. So that's the catch of eating healthy. It takes work. It absolutely does. You're a microwave baby. Um, I want to say half and half with my family. Like my grandmother used to cook, and she cooked some amazing stuff. But then towards the end of it, when she started getting senile, and it got bad towards the end. So towards the end, microwave became the thing, and I was never actually taught cooking. Like she never taught me. I do remember this one time. I don't even know how to describe it, but she mistook chicken bouillon for excuse me. She mistook chicken bouillon for breadcrumbs. So what she literally do, because instead of it being cubes, they used to have where you can have bouillon in a big jar. She poured the bouillon into a bowl, and then she dipped the chicken in the egg straight into the bouillon as breadcrumbs, and then baked it that way. So if you could just imagine, instead of a layer of breadcrumbs, it is a layer of chicken bouillon soup. I remember I remember this to this day because for whatever reason they were talking, and I dug into it and I started eating and took a bite of it and spit it out and then cracked up laughing to my family, and everybody stopped staring at me like because they were talking. And I remember saying this to my mom. I'm like, taste the chicken, taste the chicken. And she's looking at me. She's like, "What's?" I'm like, just taste the chicken, taste the chicken. She did the same thing. I cracked up laughing. And I cannot even describe to you how disgusting it was. And I was like, taste the chicken. God, taste the. We had to throw out the whole thing. But however, on the flip side, I knew a friend of mine who had a grandmother, same issue, dementia, Alzheimer's, and she told me the story, which it's not as bad as it's worse than the bullion, but it's just as bad. Is that the family was sitting at the table, and she served a gazpacho soup, and she served it in the bowls, and everybody's looking at it. They're like smelling it, and my friend says, like, Ma, what did you put in the soup? Now, they didn't taste it yet. They were smelling it because they're like, this smells a little funny. And she's like, what did you put in the soup? And she's like, Claro. And everybody looked at it and like smelling the soup. It turns out she dumped a gallon of Clorox into the soup, cooked it, and then served it to everybody. No, obviously, nobody ate the soup, which it's like, Claro. And I'm just thinking about what a nightmare that would have been if they actually ate the soup. And she was so angry and said, yeah, I put Claro in it. She was Spanish descent, so like she didn't say Clorox. For her it was Claro. So Claro, there's Claro in there. So yeah, it's that would have been bad. But for me, my crazy story of my grandma, like I said, she's deceased now, but that was when she took the chicken and put straight chicken bouillon. And I actually ate it. I said, Ma, eat the chicken, eat the chicken. She's like, what's wrong? I'm like, just eat the chicken. Just. Like that memory just stays in my head. Hey, be nice. Hope comes up here and Treasure's right next to me. And what does Treasure do? She goes smack right against her face. I'm like, be nice. So, all right. So it is 2:00. I mean, okay, I will say this, and I'm going to say this to Kaz. I'm also going to say this to other things because I do hear the dog barking and they're going to want to go out in a minute. I'll let you out in a minute. Hold on. Like they actually understand what I'm saying. I'm like, I'll let you out in a minute. But what's going to happen is I'm going to just open up the door. They're going to run out and run right back in because in their mind, the dogs think that when they go out, it's going to be bright and sunny. They have no concept of what snow is. This is their very first snow they've ever had. So they have no idea what this stuff is. And they still think that every time I open up the door, it's going to be bright and sunny. And then they run out. I'm like, what is all this stuff? And then they run right back in. So that's why I'm like, you guys are staying in here. I don't care. But no, I do want to say this. Each time I do these shows, it is not my intention to ostracize anybody, to bully anybody, to have a fight or an argument, or to change anybody's way. If there's anything, and I want to say this repeatedly, all I know is that each and every one of us have a different interpretation, have different beliefs, and have different ideologies or different opinions, and that is okay. And you know something? I love the fact that we can come here together without necessarily feeling like we're being attacked or judged. And maybe there might be some times that we do feel that way. And even there'll be times that when I say my crazy things and you're guys like, no, sometimes I may feel attacked. But you know something? It makes me, and I don't know if that does the same for everybody else, but it makes me think, okay, why am I feeling attacked? Why am I feeling this? Is it because people don't necessarily cause, and I'm saying this wrong, but people don't intensely make me feel this way. I'm making myself feel with how I interpret the world around me. So it's like, even me, I have to calm down myself, because when I say to everybody, it's like, you girls are giving me the opportunity to talk. You really are. You are giving, and I mean, I never thought that I would have this opportunity to talk. I never thought I would have this opportunity to learn. And the thing is, you girls are giving me so much information. I mean, I take a lot of things of what you say. I read up, I do more research. And I mean, and I don't ever want anybody to think that I'm attacking them or separating them or ostracize, that's not my intention at all. And if there's anything, it's something I keep repeating over and over and over again, is that if we could take our differences and unify ourselves together, that we're still all in this together, that we don't have to have the same point of view, but we can still be friends together. And if that mentality could be spread one person at a time, then I really do believe that this world would be so much better than what it is now. So, I know that was a mouthful, but I am going to end the show here. So the first thing I do want to say is everybody please stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and be careful if you're out driving. For most of the United States, there's still dangerous roads, there's still ice, there's still snow. Me, on the other hand, I'm not going anywhere. I'm looking outside. That's probably going to be there for at least a week. It's not even being shoveled. I don't even own a shovel. Nope. Not even touching it. That's exactly what's going to happen. Eventually the sun will come out and Texas will be like, okay, we are melting this, but that's not happening anytime soon. So if I'm here for a week, I will hunker down and be prepared. And I just hope that everybody maintains their power, their warmth, their heat. I mean, I believe Angel a couple of times that she was out for like 10 hours yesterday. So it's very important that everybody stays healthy. So with that, lots of love. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you for the gifts. Everybody, thank you. And I hope you all have a great day. I will be back here tomorrow and we will start with chapter 11 and hopefully we can go straight through without too much of a segue. But I do want to thank everybody. Have a great day and take care. There we go. Have a good one. Okay. Oh, okay. Come on. All right, babies. Come on, you want to go out? Come on. I forgot to end my show. Oh, baby. I got to end my show. Sorry, guys. If anybody was actually listening, I didn't end my show. End stream.